Oh, hey Kano! Thanks for redeeming first, and here is your Uma Musume trivia. Hold on. Let me think of a good one. There's one that I did here, like, yesterday? Like, after stream. No, not after stream. Yesterday, when I was going to eat at a buffet with my family, like, because I heard it like right after we finished eating, so that's how I remember it. So Fuji Kiseki's little dialogue with Jungle Pocket in the movie. Ah shit! Now that I said that, I remember it. I'm starting to forget it. They had to switch up some of the dialogue because god damn it, I don't wait, let me just Fuji Kiseki ribbon tying scene. Okay, so Fuji Kiseki was told to like the emotional need to go AFK. Okay, hold on. I'll say it. They told Eriko Matsui that Fuji Kiseki needs to act more like a mother during the ribbon tying scene, and I believe that like the pacing was off, so she changed up her dialogue so that it would match the vibe, and the animators decided instead of like I think the directors decided that instead of having Matsui redo the scene, they worked around that the vibe that she made, and the animators adjusted to fit in the dialogue better, and it's so good. But I'll give another one. I'll give another one as a freebie because I botched that. I've never botched that that like Uma Musume fact so badly. There was one. Oh, right. Sanshin Sasami Anshinzawa. The voice actor for Sasami Anshinzawa is Kikuko Inoue, and she has a daughter, Honoka Inoue. And Honoka Inoue is also in Uma Musume as Astomachan. Get the cat back from her. Oh, I see. Okay, so what you missed was I was giving a very botched Uma Musume fact trivia. So in the movie Beginning of a New Era, Fuji Kiseki was directed to act as to voice at like a mother, but when the voice actress for Fuji Kiseki was giving her line, she thought that the vibe was off, so she kind of changed up the dialogue to be more to what it is right now. And instead of having the voice actress for Fuji Kiseki to redo the line, they had the animators actually change up the animation a little so that it would match up what Fuji Kiseki, how Fuji Kiseki was talking, which is awesome. And then the second factoid, the second trivia that I'm giving away for free is that Honoka Inoue, or Inoue Honoka, is the voice actress for Asta-machan. But her mother, Inoue Kikuko, is the voice actress of the Sasami Anshinzawa, who is the acupuncturist in the games. So they actually have a nod to that for Asta-machan, saying that her mom is a nurse, because the acupuncturist is voiced by her IRL mom. Excuse me. With those trivia out of the way, let's get back to the show. I fucking love Uma Musume. You cannot. Ever since Uma Musume came out in 2021, the game at least.
Wakey wakey 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Wait, is it a double murder? Wait, that would be cool. I don't think we've ever had a double murder, right? All right, back Temple. As I was saying, freaking ever since Uma Musume came out in 2021, I meant the game, not the anime, because anime came out in like 2016. Is every case a murder? Yes, every case is a murder. But I don't think we've ever had a double murder, have we? I'm trying to scratch my I'm trying to like dig into my brain, trying to remember if there has been any double murder. I don't think so. The only I mean, no. We've gotten a murder that led to another we've gotten a murder that, like, because the actions of that murder led to another murder, but like other than that, I really don't know. Another fine day in the Kingdom of Khurain. It's so peaceful here. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still. What a pretentious... right, as I was saying, Rafa is a pretentious bitch. She's 17. Oh, fucking snot-nosed brat. Her long ascetic training is finally coming to an end, but before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. Oh no, please don't tell me Maya's gonna get accused of murder. Hey, I'll be your guide. Hapiraki. Master traditional greeting of Khurain. I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. I've gotten used to life at the temple. I'm grateful they are letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Khurain. I don't know how you do it. And today's a special day full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in this world than being able to trade your heart's content. So what makes so today's the purification rite. It's only performed once a year. Ah. Didn't she tell you she's playing the role of Lady Kira? It's only the most important part of the entire rite to have a foreigner play such a key role. Oh damn. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. There's female water. Oh shoot. Oh my god, I'm glad that Phoenix stopped him immediately. Just like anything, I'm feeling a long story. Takes around 2 hours to tell. Holy shit. Yeah, we're going to see Miss Maya today. And you can read up on the right with this. Lying there in the temple library. Oh. God. I'm worried, chat. Maya's gonna be accused of murder again. Why, man? Ends with the rite of fire. 3 parts are. Oh my! This diagram is gonna be important, most likely. 3-part ceremony. Pony. Mount Pony. Transformation rite. Priestess dons the rose of Kira. Rite of water. Okay, so purification rite. Oh no, transformation rite. And then the rite of water. Just purify and her dagger. Rite of fire circles the sacred flames to purify her souls. Prayer until the rite comes to a close. 2 days of fancy way for Lady Kira to make a bath once a year. It must be nice to buongiorno. Hey Polly. What's up? How are you doing? Are you ready to hear a bajillion more shitty name puns? Look at all these people. This is the day I'm doing again. Thanks for asking. Yeah, no problem. How devoted everyone is. This too is part of our religious training. It helps us build strength of spirit and willpower. Inner sanctum. Okay. I see. I'm always down for puns. Wait, Polly, how long have you been here? Have you met this kid yet? I'll be your guide. Our tour guide named I'll be your guide. Line of prayer is occurring. He's spending 15 hours a day in prayer. What the fuck? Okay, wait. That's 1 hour of eating? I was here for the previous one. I see. Wait, so we have 8 hours to sleep, 15 hours praying, and 1 hour of food. Wait, to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. They're known as prayer flag, prayers of our people. Okay. Were they drug trafficking or something? No, there's never a drug traffic. It's always murder. It's always murder. It'll never not be murder. Pardon me, oh noble. Oh. Is that Maya?
How do you fare, Mr. Wright? It's been many a day.
Yeah, that's Maya.
Who might you be?
It's Maya!
Maya?
Hapiraki, Albi. Lad. May the Holy Mother guide you on. Wait, she's 28. Wait, she's the same age as me now. Holy moly. Did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can. I mean, some things never change. Spirit mirrors, her Karain village. But right, I remember there's a whole secondary plot where, dude, I swear, if she gets accused of murder, that'll be a third time in this whole history of these games, man. First game, third game, and now the 6th. Did I sound like a pious nun when you saw me just now? But that's all about all I learned from the training I did. but she decided she's the same old Maya. Oh yeah, she's also gotten kidnapped before. And my friend actually kind of spoiled it a little. She gets kidnapped again this game. So she's been accused of murder thrice, and she gets kidnapped twice. And I'm just thinking to myself, God damn, Maya never gets the, like, Maya always gets the short end of the stick. I was almost a number of times. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Complete the full 2 years. I felt go home once I performed the purification rite. Oh. High Priest wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she can handle. Oh. High Priest actually practically begged me to stand in for her this year. I bet it's a trap. She gets to isn't really Dean. The way we think of them back home. She's a real person, fought to establish the Kingdom of Khura'in a long time ago. Okay. Kingdoms worship as guardian deity. She protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Like in the Sacred Grove, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom enemies. She's not evil with a wicked dagger. Okay. And we already saw that. And we already saw that cutscene of Lady Kira. Maybe she did murder. Maybe it's a double homicide. Why am I so excited? Why am I actually excited of the prospect of it being a double homicide, chat? Capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. Ah. She is a rebel. There's someone dressed up as Lady Kira being a rebel hunter. Got it. A picture. Oh, okay. She didn't. No, chat. She didn't double murder. Why am I disappointed that it wasn't a double murder? Like a cosplayer. The regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone. Yes. A cosplayer can totally do that. It's called Batman. Just jealous I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office job. Let's just kind of keep it real. Growing really dull. There's even one that's drooping. There's more fun before it's true. Okay. Okay. Let me look at the newspaper. Oh, nothing. Okay, we don't get to see the picture. Flesh. Purification rite has melted. As in the kingdom, such to be on the lookout for a male insurgent who escaped from the royal penitentiary. Okay, this is important. From the royal penitentiary number 4 yesterday. Okay. I mean, you could see through the sky. Come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the rite today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't she... One of... Oh! I was thinking of Susato. Oh my god. If you guys don't know, Susato, I was thinking of Susato, who was the very first assistant in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And she knew judo. She knew judo. She flipped us around. She flipped us around a lot of times. Man, I actually kind of missed that one. That one was actually kind of fun. Jingle, jangle. Jingle, jangle, jangle. Pay attention, jingle, jangle. High Priest footsteps. He wears these really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Glad to see she hasn't changed at all. Yep. Acolyte Zealot. This guy's name is Acolyte Zealot. Chat. He's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the high priest Abbot in me. Oh wait. Abbot is a title. In me is a name. Is there a guy named Believe? Is the guy's name Believe or Trust? It's Abbot in me. The purification rite is about to... That sacred robe I'll be wearing during the rite. Like what that figure was in the newspaper photo was wearing. Not a good idea to say that you could be struck blind. Just High Priest's ankles. God. Freaking. I bet you the ankle bells are gonna be important. Let's suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother can kiss my ass. Bow forward. Should train for this, sir. Surprised that we say it like this until the day after tomorrow. The guy's broke his back trying to pray. Where are we? The High Priest's house, the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. Is that a chair with nails on it? And something terrible is Miss Maya. She's oh no. She's been arrested. Ah, God. Wait. Maya has been held hostage thrice. Will be. No, she's already been held hostage twice before. I haven't done anything wrong. Back at the place. Oh! Emma! What's she doing in Kurain? Replacing Maya under the... What? Why? What happened? We just passed out. What are you doing in Kurain? On arrest for the murder of the High Priest? What? Basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. Was... The victim is Trust in me. The High Priest who was presiding over the rite. The entire day has passed since the purification, right? You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. You need to do some stretching, Phoenix. Took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. The inner sanctum. It's a place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. So, through that gate over there, and like Air Groove with those puns. Okay, I like puns, man. I like puns, but these puns are bad. They no. Some of these puns, okay, the puns are funny. They're funny, witty, and you make a joke out of the common words, but to turn them into a name kills me. My mood is down. My mood is awful. Well, I am praise in that direction. So your air groove was Symboli Rudolph. Listen. I love Symboli Rudolph. She's my wife. Simbali Rudolph can be my husband. Air Groot can be my wife. Just after they finish the prayer, you fainted in the middle. Who do you think killed the High Priest? Unfortunately, Maya is our sole suspect right now. During the rite, Inner Sanctum was off limits to the general public, so then only the High Priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred. Inner Sanctum is on the side of a very steep mountain. The only way up here, there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. So... okay, so I know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be the escaped prisoner that did the killing. This crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshiper that the High Priest was dead, and she made a police statement to that effect. Someone else. Are you going to defend Miss Maya? There's no way she killed anyone. Yeah, she's been framed. Now you're getting it, Albie. Who would have thought you'd have to take on that horrible court again? Yeah. But the Spirit Seance was actually pretty cool. It was kind of like working the Moon Matrix all over again. But a little bit differently. Alright. What brings you here? I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Khura'in. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time. Still, he said he takes on cases from around the world, so maybe next time he'll have one in a major city somewhere. Bro, takes a detective with them overseas. I wonder... wait, are we going to go against Admati in court here? The one who translated Trucy's case? I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one too. Been assigned. Everyone in Khura'in does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. You'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. Well, the Holy Mother can kiss my ass. He's a formidable opponent. I've had a really tough time, so I better get everything I've got. They treat the lawyers like criminals here. The prosecutor said Mari mentioned something to that effect. Not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Let's go! The enemy. He did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in that last trial. Say I'll help where I can. You can help by getting all the facts. Let's start with this. Is that the autopsy report? Abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. Have we found the murder weapon? Is believed to be Lady Kira's warbad. Right. Lady, you know how Lady Kira is the one who established Khura'in and fought for the independence, whatever. I don't remember. Like I lost immediately. I lost the plot immediately about the past. Lady Kira is like the one who established the Kingdom of Khura'in. Her dagger's name is War Bad. Why? I would have laughed harder if it. I would have laughed if it was War Good. But no, it had to be War Bad. It's used during the raid. However, the dagger has yet to be found. Okay, wait. I wish I could look at this, right? Because it does the War Badass. Okay, there's the knife here. Also armed with a dagger. It must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for... Let's look at the crime scene. I wrapped up their investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public. So, I'm not sure. Hold on. Sorry, that was my mom calling me. She wanted to know what what bottle of Worcestershire sauce I'm supposed to get. What she's supposed to get. I told her just get the smallest one because I don't need a bunch of Worcestershire sauce. I'm planning on making another it's not shepherd's pie because we don't have a lamb meat. We're using ground beef for it, so it's just cottage pie, right? You don't know what Worcestershire sauce? Worcester sauce? I think wait, how do you pronounce? Okay, I'm gonna look up how Worcester sauce. Oh, okay, it's Worcestershire. Worcestershire. It's pronounced Worcestershire. 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 Okay. Worst is the worst tasting sauce, right? I mean, I like it. It's a it's how I think Worcestershire sauce is how I imagine UK to think what soy sauce would taste like if they've never had soy sauce. It has the worst. It's not even. It doesn't even. Okay, it doesn't even have. It's not even spelled like it has worst in it. It's Worcest, like Worcester, like Worcester, Shire, Shire sauce, but it's pronounced Worcestershire. The CE is silent. Just like the police, I need access if I'm able to if I'm to mount a viable defense. I'm not climbing up there again. No way. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum's off limits for you, huh? Yeah, I guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they going to go home? Require they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't faze them to have the police milling about. Some of them aren't even off-duty cops. Oh. I see. Well, let's go to May 10. Okay, I guess we'll just go to the inner sanctum now. We won't even talk to Maya. But yeah, I'm planning on making a cottage pie later. I have like all the ingredients except for the Worcestershire sauce. Well, at least I made it. I better get started while I can still feel my fingers. Oh, it's Rafa. I'm just gonna look around and not talk to you. I have no choice. I have no choice but to talk to her. It's you. That's what I should be saying. Do you even know where you are, barbed head? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, your benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. What are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots of Ukrainism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not not unscrupulous. Why? You dared to find fault with my insights at every turn the other day. But you were wrong. She's still sore about that trial. As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred, and I need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. Oh, that's racist. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she is a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So can't you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big phony balonies. And her wish to train the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bid for prestige. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. As a defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... Make a mockery of our sacred hall of justice once more? I just simply want to defend my country. You have come to forge evidence, then. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyways? Oh, do you have an issue with their parental guidance? Yes, I do! They're shitty parents! If they taught you to hate, then they're bad people. I had the most wonderful idea, Barbhead. You'll watch me, right? And I shall oversee your every move so to prevent any misdeeds. Okay! I mean, yeah, whatever. Just watch me investigate. It's not, that insists on a speedy investigate. I'm George of Holy Mother, who's guides the people of Korean. What's wrong with her watching? Exactly! Lady Kira. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing wrong with someone watching me. In fact, I would love to have a whole camera crew and whatnot watching me investigate, because that way they can't cry foul. Lawyers are never to be trusted. So now make haste. And one more thing. Your verdict around the day was but a stroke of fortune, but this time my insights shall reveal the absolute truth. I mean, if it's a stroke of fortune, I've proved you wrong. That means not all lawyers are bad, and not all accused are guilty. So if you... So even with one doubt, should start crumbling your whole arguments. I need to go AFK again? No worries. Whatever. I want to see if this broke. Make out the details from oh, we it's still lit. The sacred flames of the four lands have burned for centuries, and one of them which would be put to death immediately. And these lanterns were the only sources of light up here that night. Light of full moon, because moonlight is a purifying force. Yeah, I wasn't going to. Don't worry about that. Stained red by High Priest's blood. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. An old legend. Rebel hunting carrot lady. Okay. Statue of War bad. Oh, the bird's name is... And all from High Priest done. You know, embrace the statue. Kira would save him from death. I'm reminded of an old joke. Go tell the joke, Polly. May his soul rest in peace. Stabbed with considerable force, but there's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver the blow. This is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore. Nothing should... If I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. Foul murder shall not get away with this. Sent you detectives from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with the sacred incense. Much stronger last night when the victim was killed. Okay, that's all for... Oh! A scrap of paper. It's in Korean, so I can't read a lick. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This isn't possible to read. Wait! This is stamped in the lower right. It's a mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons. The Pope dies, reaches the pearly gates at the same time as the lawyer. St. Peter lets them in, shows them where they're going to be living. The lawyer showed to a luxurious mansion filled with the finest food, wine, everything you could ever want. And St. Peter shows the Pope where he'll be living. The Pope is shown his new small hovel top thing, barely one room. The Pope is right. I'm the Pope. How come this layman gets a mansion and I get a hovel? St. Peter replies, Your Holiness, we have tons of popes up here. This is the first lawyer. Okay, that was good. Connection between the high priest and the rebels. Oh, a rock. It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. I wonder what's on the other side. I see stairs. Inner Sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. And stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. Ah, the flames are still... The wind guard is completely broken. That's it? Damage. Was this your doing? You didn't! You saw me! And perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished here. What a jerk! Also, something's been moved here. Removed. The day before the rite, the temperature in the area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. But the selfie camera. We have a camera this time. We should take a picture of everything else. Like, holy shit. Such a bird. Oh, there's an eye hole. I've been here. I suppose some damage is to be expected. I'll ask him. I don't think I'll find anything of interest. Okay. That's it? During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by the ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira, therefore it must be closed off from the outside world. Curtain door, but that's it. And what? I'm afraid of heights. I'm really only way down. Wait, hold up. Did someone make a parachute? All of these flags have been sewn together. Donated by Tarus and me. I think... Oh, wait. I just saw a circle. Ah! The letters. Characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison! Here laid those she defeated to rest atop this on evil spirit. It's a prison. So, you're telling me there's a prisoner who escaped, and then a murder happened. You mean, like, the prisoner on top of this area that escaped and probably killed the actual victim? You see the red mark upon her brow. That is the character of death in Koronese. It's a mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. I think we're done investigating. You have marks on your face, so the High Priest. Those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the Koronese clergy have such markers upon them. Location of the mark vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept in Temple. Ah. That the weapon hand, Lady Kira's dagger, the very same one used in the right. Resemble Warbad, the bird that Lady Kira fashioned herself after. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask. I think that's it. I think that's everything I wanted to look at. Right? The butterflies? No? Huh, there's snow cleared here too. But there's nothing about it. Okay. Inner Sanctum. Okay. Is that because you actually don't know about it? You know, I am the Crown Princess of Khura'in. There is nothing I do not know. Okay. They know. Hey, no cheating. Knowledge is my knowledge. End of the discussion. Okay. Spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body in the blood of battle. In today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in the sacred water lends one's courage for the next battle. Okay. Normally barred from here, except for the day of the rite. The High Priest and the family are responsible. Abbot and me lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte. Pray Zealot. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Is she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? As the role was appointed to Killenall stand in as she saw his chance to slay the High Priest. He was the one who has Maya stand in. Why didn't you stand for the High Priest's wife? Yeah, the Lord. Direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to you. Why? Explain to me why. Must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. What? As an outsider, I suppose it's all unfoldable. Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister. But unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with a dagger. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in sacred battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. For our enemy now is the Divine Dragons, led by the insurgent Dirk. Played a role akin to the police, huh? What's the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbad. It is a fearsome bird that is unique in Khura'in. Well, yeah, what about the rebel hunter? Yet to ascertain the truth, however, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. So you don't know either. Got it. Alright, we're leaving. Why are you here with us? What? We left! Leave us alone! Akira! Ah! They're still praying. The devotion of our people is the pride of our Akira. Come on, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. Oh. I want to ask you something. Do you know me and do I know you? I want to know if you know who I am. No, I've never seen you before. Who are you? He's eating lizards! Gotta remember what I'm supposed to do. It's something important. No, I've never met him before in my life. Huh? Maybe? Oh, you want one? No, no. Get a load of this. Are you the escaped prisoner? Well, what? Suffer far more serious malady than mere memory loss. Same. I guess I'll try somebody else. I wonder if that's the guy who escaped from prison. Hey, Mr. Wright. What? Ah! Emma! I wanted to tell you I investigated crime scene. I hope too much getting my investigation of this inner sanctum improved. Prosecutor Sadmati gave his okay straight away. Interesting. You would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself, and that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do. I have no... That's why I prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Oh, they compass luminol. Copy of the crime scene photo for you. High Priest's body looked like after the murder. Okay, but now that we have luminol, they're done questioning Maya. And his ephemeral holiness is a real slave driver. Sadmati, he's like the world's hardest riddle wrapped in a flowy sash. Wondering if it's just a Clash of Cultures type of thing, you know? He'll add the most insane things to me without betting a single long eyelash of his. A bad luck with prosecutors. First it was that glimmerous fop. Are you talking about Clavier, Gavin? And now I'm finally getting rid of that grating... Now that I'm finally rid of that grating, bling-loving Europhile. Get this. Wait, the Europhiles... Gavin? Bling-loving Europhile. Wait, who's the glimmerous fop then? I'm guessing the bling-loving Europhile is Clavier Gavin, but who's a glimmerous fop? You're probably making me listen to one of those really long sutras again. I'll see you later. Not prosecutor Sadmati sutras. What ingratitude? Is lacking religious devotion. I don't think that's the problem. She's not even Koreanist. Yeah. Hello? We're going back to the inner sanctum. I want to use the luminol. It's probably gonna tell me no. It's probably nothing's gonna change. So we'll go to the detention center now. Okay, Maya. It wasn't me, but no one will believe me. I have to admit, I'm a bit shocked. Who'd have thought you'd get caught up in something like this again, and so far from home? You came to Korea just to visit me. We hadn't seen each other in ages, and this happens. I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now. Haha, I guess you're right. Yep, and you say me each and every time. It's time for her confession. Tampering with anything in this case. Hell, out with it. Confess to your crime. Yeah, what do you remember? Killed the High Priest? I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. Abbot Inmi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. Kind even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was in between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that? Sounds like a really good person. Yeah. So much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife was a master of Koreanese cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life. But I can't completely deny the charge either. What? So what do you mean you can't completely deny the charge? During the purification, I suddenly got really, really sleepy. Next thing I knew, Abbott in me was, you know what happens when she gets suddenly very, very sleepy? She starts spirit channeling. If I was possessed by some crazy spirit while I was asleep, then... Yeah, what was your training? Master of the Korean channeling technique. Becoming a channeling master. Well, it was required beyond the means of an outsider like you. But she actually... can I talk to you first? Oh, what? My spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here. What? Why? Just keep it a secret for now, okay? Okay! Nothing! I almost forgot. About Abbott Inme's murder, there was something I noticed that I thought strange. What did you notice? Thanks for... Welcome back, Keno! Well, you probably won't believe me. You know that spring? The pool and warbed statue, the water in there was dark red. When I say dark red, I mean blood red. You did. Yeah, the high blood turned it red. No, before that. No, that's not what I meant. This was red before he was killed. Already red? Even before the high priest was killed. During the purification rite, just before I passed out. It was just like the ancient legend said. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. There is a legend about the Inner Sanctum that says just that. It runs red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. My lantern light reflecting off the water. I don't think that was it, though. An ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. Interesting. So, actually, there's one more thing. What? There is something I want to show you. I found this at the Inner Sanctum after I came to. This is a letter? It's in Koreanese. Far left, at the end of the letter. Does it look familiar? It looks like that death symbol. That's the mark of Lady Kira. Do not perform the rite. I know what you're planning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite. That's what it... Spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. Now there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus with the Warbad dagger being eyed as a murder weapon. Lady is a sacred robe or something. Don't tell me. You actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest. Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. It was more fun to believe than... Yeah, yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my day as of dreaming have come to an end. Well, that was fast. From now on, and you should too, Nick. I've grown that step ladder argument we always have. I think you mean ladder. Oh, that's so cute! You know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? Rebel hunter Lady Kira. I think that's who probably sent this warning. And was slain by Lady Kira. You mean Kampu? Rebel hunter is sure to be a valiant who loves this kingdom, and it is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the High Priest. What if the High Priest was... What if the High Priest was a rebel? Was secretly a rebel? They might have killed the High Priest after he ignored their warning. Shed your guild onto our most secret Lady Kira. No! It would anger everybody needlessly, so I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. There's number of places left. Hold on. Can I fold it? Can I look at the... I can't fold it up. Better idea what we're up against now. I don't need a lawyer this time. What? You know they have the Defense Culpability Act here in Korean, right? If I'm be charged with abetting a criminal. Yeah, we've already did. But we're not in Kansas anymore. But I've been through one trial here already, so I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one. I'll see you later. What about you? And by then it will be too late to ask for mercy. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken. Sounded that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. You don't know what Freedom Express refers to. Do not presume to know what I do not know. I think as a since she's like a little bit of a brat, I don't know, it's a bit endearing. She's like a daughter. That's good. Yeah. Freedom Expresses. Is that Albie? Albie, hi! Dismiss my. I know she didn't do it. Your benevolence. It trust lawyers, you? Are you not the accused from the last trial? Your benevolence speaks with the, You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? I'll be your guide. Your soul is only as clean and filthy as the company you keep. Then you shouldn't be near us, right? Since we're filthy souls, you shouldn't be even talking to us. Leave us alone, man. And I trust him as a lawyer. Oh my god! I'm sorry for your insolence. Let's go. As he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of Schadenfreude. That's the warbad. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. It's usually unusual cry drives children to tears. It can even make some adults collapse in fear. Oh, that's cool. But that's part of the charm. Hey, look, it's that ox that bothered us in chapter 1. It's a yak. Got a prize for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night. Yummy. Yeah, hell yeah. That's what you say. Like you thank them for their sacrifice. You know. Magataman, 15 damans. Wait, weren't you selling them for 20? Is the service fee? Bruh. Ooh, carrots. And potatoes. And, yams? Giapam, Konura, and Zabaz. That's quite a lot you got there, don't you think? Barely enough for a side dish. My god, kiddo! What are you eating? Poster. I mean, is that One Punch Man? Oh no, sorry. That's a Lady Kira lookalike. Gate to Temple. Oh. On top of the stairs, my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. Oh, that was a nice, something especially juicy. It's a souvenir shop. Okay. I think that's everything. Oh! A sewer grate. Oh. A manhole? Do they have a sewer? Of course they do. That was ignorant of me. There's a manhole! Okay, I think that's everything to see here. Okay, time to talk. The Rebel Hunter. Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. Modern day Lady Kira. Well, it's about men's holes. Don't worry about it. That even in a podunk, backward spiritual village like this, they still have manholes. The edge reason what the jailbreak and stuff. Jailbreak? Well, vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. Wait, Lady Kira captured a prisoner? Wait, how long ago was... Okay, wait, how long ago was Lady Kira? Oh, okay, wait. I think he's talking about the modern Lady Kira. Okay, I thought he was talking about ancient Lady Kira. I was like, how long ago was this kingdom founded again? Talk to us more about the escaped prisoner. He's a vicious fiend, like Dirk. He's a former soldier, and he wields a very big, scary knife. Cold-blooded killer to boot. Can't find him even after an exhaustive search. Yeah, it's on top of this mountain that there was a murder. You know, there's a prisoner that escaped. That's a cold-blooded killer, and then right under the prison, there's a man who was murdered. Wow! I wonder how the logic flows. I'd like to believe he did, otherwise something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident. Before I was even born, Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. The previous queen was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. The previous queen implies a current queen. And if a current queen... I don't know, man. I've watched a lot of historical dramas. The current queen could have done the ordered the assassination. You know what I mean? That escaped prisoner on the loose. Who knows who might be killed next? They want the rebel hunter to take him out, as long with the other rebel. We could do something else, but pause it. Yeah, here. Oh, what is it? Shadow found it. That's the Warbad arrow. Feeling sorry for myself, for I'm the Crown Princess of Khura'in. Okay. Khura'in. Like one legendary weapons wicked Lady Kira once used in battle. Three-pronged arrow. Oh. Near Abbot Inmi's house. You know, like the three punctures that are in the Lady Kira's warning, you know? You know? He was married, wasn't he? Yeah, let's talk to the wife. This is where they brought me when my back gave out. Woman in front of the altar, she must be the high priest's wife. I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. Her name is Believe in Me. I was joking! I was joking, man! Her name cannot be Believe in Me! I'm so in distress right now. I'm so in distress, my cat actually got out of her bed to check up on me. Oh, what a you had my teeth in the master tragic loss. I did pet my cat. Dial royal priestess greatest her presence. I'm empowered to speak with dead, but I can feel his presence. Poor lady. She was giving birth. She just gave birth too, by the way. And I'm watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. Must be Maya's friend of state, correct? Still grieving is closest loving couples in Korean. If she's not ready to, I will not allow you to press her any further. Okay. Yeah. The Warbad arrow. What do promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Okay. Yeah, I am sorry, but I am sorry. Oh my god, more Ace Attorney and no Sudoku. Hey, Fluffhead, how are you? It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so this is the last game in the Ace Attorney series. Well, for me, anyways. We've done the Ace Attorney Chronicles, the 5 games, and the both prosecutor games. So this is the last game on Steam until they decide to add in the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. So until then, this will be the last game, and I want to actually just like get through it, you know? Looking around the room, guess, and see if she chooses her. I will not. But I am hoping for a new Ace Attorney game. There are 3 holes in the road near the top. Now, where have I seen those before? It says to the High Priest. So no more Sudoku after? Maybe. That's actually a very big possibility. We might do more Sudoku in the future. So the envelope was addressed to the High Priest. Wow, it almost looks like this one and this one are from the same envelope. I wish I could combine them together. Magnificent altar. Of course, it's for the Holy Mother, after all. Do you not who holiness is? That's not why lawyers are so despised. You just despise them in general. Great, just all of Koreanism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. That includes the members of the royal family. Huh. If even the interesting custom. That's the Justice Minister, and the Queen of Korean. A TV! Oh! Warrior of Neo Twilight. This song is a different rendition of the Steel Samurai. I heard it. Da 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 da. It had that same sting. Wow, it looks like entirely original show. Even the theme song's like the Steel Samurai. Actually, here just really similar to this. Exactly the same one. Or of Neo Old Tokyo. Action hero series filmed right in LA. Originated here in Korean. Is that clear, Barbed? She's in denial. Anyway, Fluff, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Inner Sanctum Mountain is featured against the towering peaks, known as Roof of Kurain. Mount Pony Pony. So there's a difference between 12 meters? Oh, I can't even look at this one. That looks like a completely different person. Yes, Red left her here while she was performing that rite. You never heard of Kachu Demal? For a knee's chest. Oh, they're moving there in a bit to capture the other king. In Kachu Demal, the opponent is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece is a special move that can only be used once per game. Interesting. And that looks... That's the Rebel Escapee. Okay. His name is That's Horrible! Oh, That's Horrible, man! Oh, he was a paratrooper. That's horrible. Is this menace events be captured at once? There's the bounty. It's the localizers. It's not. The localizers have created this monstrosity. Damas. Money that comes out of the people's tax payments. So have lowered to about 1 million damas. Wow. And they always taught me that kingdoms that do not value their people come to ruin. Crown Princess, it's only natural I care for my people. But I won't. If you quit being a lawyer and pay taxes to our kingdom, that is. All the laws had to think of how to translate this. Believe has not had a change of heart and simply waiting shall not change that. Oh, you're still here? Oh. If it's not your wish. If my husband were still with us, he would say... As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, it would help me find the truth and ask whatever... You know what? Trust was a pretty swell guy. Okay, what about this? What about the arrow? No, she doesn't care about the envelope. What about the envelope? Nope. No, I'm the only one who's putting the pieces together. And why your husband, my husband killed, different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately. I have a grudge against him. He was a kind man, one of peace. Never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Oh, Spirit Locks, it's been such a long time, chat. Oh my god, though. Psyche Locks. Trying to hide something from me. This is a Magatama Maya gave me all those years ago. Ah, dude, I've never been so excited to see Spirit Locks, Psyche Locks, man. This is Phoenix Wright's, I mean, not really his power, right? It's due to the power that Maya gave, the Magatama Maya gave to us. So that's our gimmick. So we have our gimmick. We have the gimmick of Apollo Justice, who has his armband, like wristband. We've got Athena Sykes' Mood Matrix gimmick. And you know what? If Rayfa ever joins us, we could use the spirit channeling. That would be really cool. And allows me to seek the Psyche Locks that are holding mine shut. I only have to present my Magatama and try to unlock them.
Take that!
Three of them. Let's stir the pot and see what happens. There has to be someone with a motive to kill him. The escaped prisoner. Killed your husband. He probably thought that your husband would get in the way of his escape plan. But were that the case, wouldn't Maya have been slain as well? Wait, no, not, no, it would have been Lady Kira. Rebel Hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone's talking about her. Oh my god! I know not of what you speak. Really, Ishii even made the front page recently. He has different faces! Are you Mr. Krabs all of a sudden? I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I? Actually, I have something that would just might show why Lady Kira would...
Take that!
This letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. Nice! This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the High Priest, didn't it? How do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've seen that letter before, and I've never seen that letter before and doubt my husband ever did either. I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband.
Take that!
What's that? It's an envelope addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, wasn't it? What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There it is. There's proof that's right here in the warning letter. I just have to show the hole, right? There you go. The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter, and if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. As for what made the holes, it was an arrow. They were made by this warbad arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the High Priest, delivered to your husband on the points of the arrow. Yeah, they gave us a softball on this one. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent. Then why did you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. Coriolanus' kingdom is much rising against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Coriolanus itself. Was a devout priest of Coriolanus, and you feared that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public. What if the High Priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him. Still, this just doesn't seem like the right time to ask her about it. Right about 3 days before the purification rite, when I was already there by the side of our bed. It was by the side of your bed. Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight, and yet someone still managed to slip in. Undoubtedly because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel. If only we had told the police, maybe Trust would be alive today. My only regret is that I left you all alone. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm happy if I had help. Your benevolence, may you swiftly shine light upon the truth. In casting suspicion on Lady Kira. No! I don't think... Said what? Oh. Bye! Decreed that the rite shall be held for the High Priest's passing. She shall conduct a prayer of lament therein. So, she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. I mean, he is a High Priest. So, yeah, he should probably get a rite for him. You know? Wow, wait, what? As the one charged with wandering, you must remain within my sight all the time. No! I don't want to go with you! Leave me alone! Leave! Wait, what's this place called? Wait, hold on. She doesn't look like the gentle sort. She's next to the mafioso guy, so she's gotta be a bad guy. She's probably the big bad. Nah, she's got that evil stepmother look. Oh, this place is called Grand Palace. Show some respect. Stay as you are. You have honored both me and my husband. Deserves to be honored. Of your soul and that of your dearly departed husband, nothing will please me more. So you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks. Lady below is good for her to accompany us. And one grand? No, just grand. It's the Grand Palace, because, you know, that's where the queen's sitting. This guy. I don't see how that'll do any good. Phoenix, right? We met in queues at lobby the other day. Jagged hair, you're that blue suit that brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter, Rafa. Oh, you planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? He's a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? You better watch yourself, see? You want to question me? That would be great. Got balls for a lawyer. I guess I can play along for it, but I got things to do, so we'll have to talk while I work. Okay. I'll let you know I'll be on the defense lawyer on this case too. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. That wasn't... Wait, that's not... But it's gonna be different this time. I got Korean's top prosecutor on this one, sir. Wait, so that's not your... Wait. That's not your cigar? That's a stamp? I don't care who I go up against. I'm going to prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one, you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? Dragging, lies. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. We're the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to ya? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce the thing. Started away counter the dirty tricks of your trade like falsified evidence. What if it turned out to be quite handy? Efficient, even. What? Made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me or the Grand Administration are gonna get just what they serve, especially those rebel scum. You can't... What lawyer? I enforce the law in Korean. See? And being that I am the queen husband, that makes me king. No, not really. You're actually the king consort. No, if it's a matriarchy, right? You would be the king consort. And you have significantly less power. I can charge you with lèse majesty. Alright, I got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act, so I don't want to hear any more lip about it. My client, unless I can speak my mind. But Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. Let's say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. You know, you do know you're just asking for an international scandal, right? You know what these are. Or the execution. They'll really pile up if I start slacking up. What? Tomorrow I'll even have more work to do processing the one for your little friend. If you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? She's not a criminal. Wait, hold on. I won't give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow, but we're gonna probably find the killer tomorrow. Goodness, are you done with the rite? Perform, believe, stayed behind to speak with mother. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace. You've been indoctrinated, child. Oh, whatever to my efforts with my mother and my father, you should feel deeply honored. I feel deeply disgusted. They would have never spoken so readily with the lawyer. Yeah, good for you. Alright, making any progress? I found conclusive evidence that could prove your evidence, but I have a small lead. Right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest. Princess What's the princess doing with you, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do? You know what? Great question. Why are you still here? I heard that. How rude. Of course I have many other things I could be doing. Then go do it! No one's forcing you to be here! It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel? A rebel? Why would you think that? Because if he was, then the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. About me, Abbott me, a rebel? Beyond the pale. My mother has offered a prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was. Alright, I was just raising the possibility. Such tomfoolery, bruh. You have such archaic language. Oh, she left! Oh, thank God! He seemed unusually restless during the night. He came flashing up at the sky, though I have no idea why. Doesn't really tell us much. That's about it. Okay, one thing I should follow up on. Oh, right, she's not here. Why do you want to, can tell you can't channel spirits? Oh, that. You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here? Kuraina's spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. Ah, so you're royalty. If nobody from another country were able to do it too. Spirit channeling, the Kurain tradition, was developed from a Kuraina style that was brought to the US via Japan. But it seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Kurainese. It may be a quirk due to how our styles diverge, but I don't really know. Ew. Queen Kuraina and Princess Rayfa distant relatives of Maya's. Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. It's just I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact they can channel spirits. Oh. The plot thickens. Training here is must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master. Qualification to become the master to be able to channel spirits of one's own volition without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channelings was always hit or miss? I only ever succeeded about 30% of the time. Yes, you can do it every single time now, whenever you want. Yep, at least I think. You'd think. Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. Try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session. Oh, past the tests are worthy of becoming the master, huh? I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. Next big hope of Kurain Village, that's going to be a lot of pressure. So I know the similarity between our countries to spirit channeling. I saw a show on the TV earlier that reminded me of the Beatles channel. I mean the Plume Punisher, the warrior of the Neo Twilight Realm. Yeah, it was her benevolence who told me all about it. Not a single person in Kurain. Oh, she's back! As a royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements, so I changed my mind in order to fulfill my duty. I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories. Good thing you backed off at that moment. I'll show off to both of you. Ta-da! What's that? Oh, it's ultra rare Plume Punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world. It was especially made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of the strap? You're a Plume Punisher fan too? No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I have no interest in such thing. I mean, it's okay to be an adult and enjoying some stuff. How did you handle that? I found this kindred spirit in a Plume Punisher fan here in Kurain. Resulting in an exchange of cultures transcending national borders. But you mean you swap TV show promo merchandise? You bet. I traded my Steel Samurai watch for the strap. It's a super rare watch that plays the Steel Samurai theme song when the alarm goes off. Found Kuraini's friend was so happy I got this one of a kind strap in turn. Nice. When you press on the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song. Steel Samurai theme song. What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exotic tone throughout? Plus, Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go do 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 do. Dakadon don don don. Dakadon don don. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. And he get. Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. Versus the Steel Samurai. Going to go pitch it to some TV stations when I get back home. I have no interest in such things. Ah, that's. Has thankfully cheered Maya up. It's gonna try to get sleep. Leave tomorrow to me. Yeah. Tend to head back to the temple and go over everything I've learned so far. We're going back to the temple, I guess. Your benevolence. Oh, hey, Albie. Are you done with investigation for today? I thought I'd go over what I learned so far. Please allow me to help. Oh my god, the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be the Lady Kira, and told him not to perform the rite. It was that rebel hunter, but what of it? That's not what I'm sure. That's what I'm not sure. Yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery, I could figure out her motive. Break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. Your only hope is pure speculation. That shall not stand up in the Hall of Justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime after all? Yeah. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act. Sure you do not forge or suppress any evidence. That is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning on doing anything like that in the first place. You do know... We've only done it once. Once on accident and once on purpose. But I am going to prove Maya's innocence within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure you will? Because my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. What nonsense. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When you need, I shall be in the Hall of Justice. Bye! It's my duty to reveal the truth through divination seance. This time I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Last trial and your last rites. Okay, bye! You under the headsman's axe. You guys do executions with an axe man? Defending my... That whole seance thing makes trials here completely different from those back home. Plus, I don't want to have a shred of conclusive evidence. On the other hand, I've got plenty of confusion and anxiety to spare. Let me get something. After all, I'm the only lawyer in all of Khura'in. I have to do this, I will do this. I'll prove Maya's innocence it's the last thing I do. Have you ever lawyered with your life on the line?
Paimon accidentally swallowed some water.
Wait, did you hear me drink water? Ken, did you hear me drink water and that's why you did it? Or is this just like perfect timing? Because I literally was drinking water. Oh, you did? Okay. This stream is brought to you by water. My tongue gets dry whenever I speak a lot, especially when I'm reading aloud. I find conclusive evidence yesterday, but if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe. We got this. You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. Is this gonna be... Why are you here? I'm going to defend my I don't want you here. Have you... We're not investigating. How good a lawyer are you? So I ask again, Phoenix Wright, how good a lawyer are you? The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say? And then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Well, according to these, three more chapters after this, I think you're wrong. You're the Plume Punisher, the warrior to the folks back home, huh? I'll be defended this time again for the third time, but I'll be by your side like always, Nick. As on lawyers, I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Well, let's go. May 11. Phoenix is wearing the Furio Tigre. Defense is ready, Your Honor. He's praying. Is absorbed in silent prayer. Bruh. He's very devout for a prosecutor. What are you doing here, Maya? Why is the cure standing over there? My question exactly. Well, Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant. Accused is your assistant, you say? Very well then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul. Except that she's innocent. That wasn't very nice. Her face. Bad-mouthing logic seems to be a custom of sorts in Khura'in. Surprised to see you still here in Khura'in, Mr. Wright, and even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. That's simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Yes, Your Majesty, the prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further. I do like the butterflies design though. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. You said that last time, and you lost. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. Can the peanut gallery shut the fuck up? I'll pass on the whole fire and brimstone. Not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you. So it was you who instilled that putrid lawyerly guile within him. Putrid? He too will soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead so that he will not be lonely when he arrives. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Feels like it's been ages since we sit side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Don't worry! You've been a defendant before. Let's get everything we got, Nick. Sadmani, would you please explain the case at hand? Last rights of the victim. Your scroll. I am charged with the crime of murder. The victim of the heinous crime was High Priest Trust in Me. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain. The cause of death? Victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the Warbad dagger. I wonder if the wife is the rebel hunter. Okay, hear me out, right? She's the rebel hunter, and she suspected her husband to be a rebel. So they said that they locked the room, they locked the house down, so that no one could enter or leave. But the letter was already ended up by their bed. So the only person who could have done that would have been Maya, who we know it's not, and Believe. What if Believe killed her husband? However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched. It has to be either this guy, who is or Prey Zealot. Prey Zealot or... Okay, so I have three suspects, right? Prey Zealot, this guy who I highly suspect to be the escapee, and her. I now don't think it's her. But it could be Prey Zealot or the escapee. The Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as the High Priest of Khura'in'ism. During the rite, the victim and accused were only two at the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey. There's a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence. Slaying a priest is a sin most great given this, and dreadful as my very soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell tickling? There she will be tickled without end for 500 million years. That's a thing? I don't have that dagger or anything like it. As my client says, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution. But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place. I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence, Rafa Padma Kurain's insights. The divination seance. For this blessed state. Shut up, gallery! You're supposed to be observers. Will defeat this murderer and her abettor. Okay. They shall not escape on their Freedom Express today. Sorry, I keep thinking it, like she's so bad with like knowledge of the outside world, but her smug smile is so funny. No, nothing. Don't worry about it. The divination seance, please.
Oh, Holy Mother.
Oh my god.
We hold this divination seance in your name.
I'm gonna go drink some water while we watch this.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. Oh, dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me.
Paimon accidentally swallowed some water.
So that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I'm almost done with this water. I am done with this water. It's a gallon jug. Or almost 4 liters of water. I have the option to skip this. We've already seen it. And all we're gonna do, all it is just 3D rendering, and all we're gonna do is just gonna break it down, right? Okay. It's time to see what the seance reveals. Oh. He's gonna be reading and then he's just gonna die. What? Turns out it was a heart attack. I wish. That one's kind of wild. Mitama has broken. The divination seance is complete. Clearly incriminating seance vision. The accused donned the sacred rose of Lady Kira, then attacked the victim. We still don't have the knife, though. We still don't have the dagger. We still don't have... Lit against... send an growing potent engineer. One can almost sense the horror abbot in me must have felt. The access presented by her, indisputable. That wasn't me. Yeah. Committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite. Wait, okay, let's look at the thing. Ends with say, 3-part ceremony. Transformation rite reads the scripture while which has been purified with incense. Next, enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira. Okay, this is not helpful. Transformation rite. The high priest was on the rose. Lady Kira. The rite of water. Lady Kira enters the spring. The high priest purifies her along with her dagger. The rite of fire circles the sacred flames to purify her souls. Murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Care to object? Intend to find fault with her benevolence insights yet again. Yes! Our Polkunan creatures indeed. Real piece of work, so to speak. Yeah, I am a real piece of work, and I will prove to you that you're wrong. Alright, the truth. To deny them is willingly dig your grave. Grave, okay. The victim commenced by the purification rite, bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps. He smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his lifeblood spilled over, his vision dimmed, till finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Wait, hold on. I mean, did that not happen? I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes. I mean, even if... Okay, to be fair to the prosecution, we don't know that. Can I explain revealed by the... Also, but... that's why we gotta find fault in the... That's why I gotta find fault in the thing. Include all 5 senses. Footsteps, incense... Bigger the word, the stronger the sensation. That's how it looked to me too. Never wrong, only their interpretation. Should I check how to point contradictions? I'm okay. I remember how it works. Doesn't it fluctuate more than the ones from Albi's trial? I get changes in intensity too. Okay, so it's gonna be the reading a sutra, and then he lowered the sutra. Okay, and then transformation rite, and then he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, here, accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. Wind, footsteps. Wait.
Objection!
The footsteps haven't changed in intensity. The victim supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps, but did he really? What nonsense is this? Is this not abundantly clear? No, it's not, because there's something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, barred head. The footsteps are strange because they don't get louder. They're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger. There must be a reason. I feel bad because all is, as they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. So we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Your benevolence, perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's mitama. I shall try to refine the sensation. Okay. Why didn't you gauge sensation by deepening my communication with the mitama? Why have you never done it? Why won't you do it perfectly the first time? Oh, blessed mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Is she gonna do this again? Bells. Changing the bells. Come from Avid in me's bells. Those things he had on his ankles. There you have it. The sound of bells was from High Priest's own footsteps. Then that means... if the footsteps belonged to the victim himself, it means the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running towards the broken lantern from the spring. Far cry from what her benevolence insight would have believed. Oh! Why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. Be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation. What? His insolence is inexcusable. I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Something you can having me who moves does not negate the accused crime. What do you mean? The accused was lightly waiting for the high priest to approach. What? And as he knew, she plunged the dagger into him. It's as simple as that. That makes no sense. In fact, it isn't meant to say all along as well. No, it really wasn't. Understand, the country has come to naught. Once I own my insights, it will vanish like the dying rains of the sun. Well, you should have done it in the first place. And rushed to the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern. Wait. Broken lantern. Wait.
Objection!
No, oh, that I don't know why I did that. That's my own fault. I was just thinking, it's like broken lantern. Like, did it break during the struggle? No. That's not what I would. Oops. Okay. tried to fight her off by the broken lantern. I don't know what to do here. Suddenly, he rushed the accused, trying to fight her off by the broken lantern. Find reading a sutra. Transformation, and he lowered the sutra. Suddenly... Water.
Objection!
Where did that water come from? Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Abbot Inmee would have adhered to them. That's a lot of assumptions. Yeah, so I ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point. What's this? It's simple, the victim must have stepped in some water. Oh. Yes, and the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolence insights dictate. What are you supposed to accuse once she donned Lady Hero's robe? Where was Maya based on the victim's footsteps? Here?
Take that!
Until this moment, we all just assumed that Abbot Inmee and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this ritual guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring, and the accused in the front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is, the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their positions would have been completely reversed. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. Be that as may, this does not overturn my insights. It doesn't. Let's say the accused was standing in the spring. So what? So what? This completely reverses their positions is what? That their position differs from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first instinct, didn't think. Contradiction, you monster. But if something really doesn't feel right, did I take a wrong turn somewhere? What if he turned around while he was reading the scripture? He rushed to try to fight her off by the poolside lantern. Okay. But here, Ben had no further inadequacies of any kind. There is another contradiction. There is? There is? Hold on. Yeah, right, nothing worthwhile. But But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Raifa's insights. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I should take another look at the Oh! Fast forward.
Objection!
Your benevolence, I found a new contradiction. You did? But no doubt, it is another of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope, take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering. There's nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred. No, that's where you're wrong. And if the accused had been standing in a spring, then what you see here would be the one of the lanterns flanking the statue. If I fail to see your point, my point is something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards, so neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. Heh. I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. And you'll show me that it's broken, right? I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. Okay. Huh? That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire. Therefore, there's nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? Why was that never... Those lanterns had their wind guards on. The police put them back on. The sacred flames had burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, defense. We cannot risk them being extinguished, even during an investigation. So, I decided to bow down before the testimony of the Mitama. Wearing Larry Kira's robes and standing in the spring, the high priestess is thought to have been moving towards her. Look for stations that stand in contradiction. This one was broken.
Objection!
Perhaps, oh, I have... Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. And if you watch what Abbot Inmi saw in his final moments... Are we getting executed? No, we're not. You will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Buffet is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in the seance vision. How could this be? And even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will defense please explain itself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell where the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. And I apologize, but thankfully, it has led us here. To the actual spot where Maya Fey was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertion in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well, show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing.
Take that!
I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Fey had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing where she was supposed to be, according to custom. Does that not bring us back to the very beginning? No, not at all. This is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving towards the spring. That was made clear. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned towards the accused. What's this? You mean to say the victim turned around during the rite? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? There was a moment when the description the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
Objection!
If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence insight no longer makes sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
I don't need to explain anything because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Saramari. Her benevolence insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. Such insolence. A huge error, you say? To explain. The huge error is the number of people there. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed. This cannot be. Oh, but it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. You know what? We might get executed. Not because we're defending Maya, but because we're like putting doubts on her Royal Highness that there was someone else at the scene of crime. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? No. I think the seance went perfectly. You're just not as good as analyzing. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this putrid-minded lawyer. You're still 17, kiddo. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Saramari? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. Forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you the most magnificent last rites ever seen. Tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was. Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess. Hold on, I'm getting more water. We have some evidence to support it. Right. Do we? Really want to, if I had evidence of their murderous intent. The evidence of the real third party is this.
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did! Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, "Do not perform the rite." But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide, the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Oh, I don't understand. I had heard the Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the High Priest had secretly been a rebel? Oh, we're starting the pot here. A devout follower of the Quran, a rebel. Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I too found it hard to believe at first, but as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection!
Their party was a rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel. Your mockery of Koreanism? No. Of the kingdom of Korean itself? No, to no bounds. Hey! Whoops! There we go. As a faithful Koreanist, I take issue with these claims, and I am loath to admit them in today's proceedings. The defense claims are but vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Emil was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so yeah. Oi! Fear not, good people of Korean, the renting of this putrid lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is yet still in my hands. Hello? Am I seeing? Are they seeing something I don't see? Is he schizo? Your allegations of a third party, but about a deluded fantasy. I shall prove that calling a new witness to stand. You said there were no witness. An eyewitness. He has to be. Please state your name and occupation. I'm that so-and-so, whatchamacallit. Anonymous TBD. At least that's what they've been calling me. TBD hasn't to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac, therefore. I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name. His name is his temporary name is Anonymous.
Objection!
You're letting an amnesiac testify. I have no fear I questioned him at length. While it's true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Consider... therefore, Mr. Imus... he's the escapee. Most definitely. The night of the murder. That night, I was out the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mount next to the Inner Sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right on the Inner Sanctum. That's why okay. That's full of bullshit. That smaller mountain. But, like, he's... First of all, there's walls. Second of all, he's at a lower elevation. You see what happened from the mountains? Yeah. Like, where clouds... On the day of the rite, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe, check the weather forecast on the paper that day. Damn it! I mean, it's still nothing. Cold front moving from calm, clear skies. It seems to run where some monsters are trying to find a guy to kill him, and they go to the guy's mother's house to see if they can intimidate her into telling them where he is. They say we're from some Alcoholics Anonymous. When she asks their names, one of them replies with, "Well, we're anonymous." Okay, what that's funny, right? Because they're Alcoholics Anonymous. They're anonymous. I have a question for you. Okay. How is the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded? Its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip.
Hold it!
But she wasn't. If we look at the seance, I knew you were full. I can picture you in your next life. You shall be born as witness sea urchin with bars limited to your posterior. Short ink got devoured by a sea otter. That's excessive. What actions she took? But if you watch the seance, his dagger grip tells us something important. Oh, the accuser from behind swung around him and plunged that. Oh, that's what you're saying. As Miss Emma's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. Okay. Okay. Anyways, cross-examination. Night of the murder. But there's no one's around.
Hold it!
Have bird watching, huh? I see. I couldn't believe what was unfolding before me.
Objection!
Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. What? You ain't judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Not at all, Mr. Immis. It's much more of your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. His testimony, you say? Yes. Recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. The curtain would have completely blocked the new witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Have you been knowingly making false statements to the court? Well, you got me. I didn't actually see the accused herself. What? Let me set the record straight, I beg you. What? I saw the shadowy soul projected against a ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear, still night. That's wrong as well, because the full moon's on the opposite side. It was just shadow, but I could tell it was accused. That's right, I could go and project. Okay. But it's still valuable testimony. Yeah, it's valuable, right? Valuable bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna press on that, shadowy silhouettes, created by the light and the full moon.
Hold it!
It's a three, really see them. Moonlight projected onto that curtain, clear as day. I was like watching a sea. There weren't any, moon was definitely cast any shadows. Okay.
Objection!
I was wondering if I have to press anything, because it was a three statement cross examination. Usually, if it's like less than 5, you have to press for new statements to present on. But I guess I didn't need to. Protected by the moonlight. Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How is it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. Let's just take a look at this rights guide, shall we, Mr. Immis? The right is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother! That's right! Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. No way! Perhaps he just take flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw. I'm afraid not! I inspected them during my investigation, but flames were too small to cast that crisp, distinct figures Mr. Immis claims to have seen. But I did see those silhouettes, really. But how could he, Nick? Maybe he was someplace where they were visible. Your Majesty, Mr. Immis really did see those shadows. It brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be... in fact, comes to light if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows is... he was somewhere else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures, naturally. Wait, you mean... None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadow from. And where might that be? Was at the inner sanctum just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Really? Yeah. Wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that that's a subject prosecutor Sadmati would rather not touch right now. You mean... That's right, this witness was at the scene of the crime, which means he is a mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could be the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Yeah. What?
Objection.
No one but the 2 participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum, and the only way up there are stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness enter that sacred space? Oh, because from the prison. Is that not right? Right, I was at the inner sanctum. No, sir, no how. I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
Hold it!
What about those silhouettes you claim to see? I think I'm imagining things. What? So he wasn't even. Unless well, lady, Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy. Okay, I'll have you know. Got the nerve for a criminal. She's not a. Yeah. Miss, think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. Wow. Immediate back-to-back testimonies, man. Back-to-back-to-back. I tell you, I'm much, even with the fuzzy, if it was possible to get it there in the first place. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Like what about a parachute? Means that for each moment a sinner's sentence struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. And just so you know, we've already accrued 200 million extra years. Wow. Yeah, what's another 200 million, give or take? He is definitely the... He's definitely the rebel.
Hold it!
Isn't there another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. He fell from the sky. Yeah. Maybe you fell from the sky. The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. Well then, let's hear it. Mr. Parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I say. Now that you've been back into the delusions go ever more delusional. Is it? The inner sanctum on the tiny ledge upon the sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep of a skydiver would soon find themselves in the twilight realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind is. I wouldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the Sacred Mountain? That's the Royal Penitentiary, number 4. All right. You know, we have a... How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? Helicopter with only authorization from the Minister of Justice. He's the only one who can prove flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Yeah, and no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. I flew down there by flapping my arms. I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Yeah. Fell into my fly through the air either.
Objection!
Mr. Immis is right. You couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well, now finally come around, have you? Now you see what I could have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that could also function like a parachute. Bokunka. The people of Korean are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Immis? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Immis? All this jogged my memory, I guess. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. You also have a knife behind your back, by the way. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. Mr. Immis, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way. No how. It's like this, oh yeah. I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly, and that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me that you could fly using that patchwork mess of a material? It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode that wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. You said that there was no wind. Something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there. You expect me to believe that? The fact that the wind is crucial testimony indeed, and certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Jesus Christ! I was tracked through the sky with a homemade paraglider. Upon was drawing near, something terrible happened. Forced me to make what accident? Causing me to inner sanctum purely by accident. What kind of accident? Explain more. Do explain more. Yeah, to be hell. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Cast into hell of hangnails. Have hangnails grown and ripped out for 108 million years? 800 million years? Wait, dude, that's actually painful, man. The tickle one is like, the tickle one's the lowest of the hell. Holy shit, the hangnail's kind of worse, you know? I need to know what kind of accident. What accident?
Hold it!
Oh yeah, it was a wind. Not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind. Made me lose control. Gale force wind came out of nowhere. But we just said,
Objection!
The night sky was clear, no winds. From one lie sprouts another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claim gale force winds caused you to lose control, but this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Why, I do believe it does say that. We even have from one light sprout to another. That makes sense, but they're really saying back home? I've never heard of it. Yeah, I kind of made it. I kind of made that one up. For real. Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? Mr. Imus claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right, but we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Imus, how did you get there, and from where? The only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Imus must have launched himself from here.
Take that!
Ah! Are you insane? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have any come from below? The only other option is from above. So you see... Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Amos, were you the third party at the inner sanctum, and the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. I don't... Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail. I'll wait to do now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did, in fact, descend to the inner sanctum from the Royal Penitentiary number 4. Huh? You didn't even put up a fight. I mean... To be fair, he was a rebel, but he's not the killer. But if you are as perspective as you've seen, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. Yes. Mr. Anonymous is... Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. That's a gruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison, the precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper could have pulled that off. Is this witness is... That's horrible. Prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? The witness is an escaped prisoner? Precisely, the police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, he was under our noses the entire time. Didn't think anyone could see through my clever disguise. But the witness just charade is not all that has been shattered, is it, defense? Please recall the defense's own words. Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite, but the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose, prisoner, the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself? He claimed that the real killer was a rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. And, yeah. Lady Kira is what if the witness's true identity? Yeah, that does hurt our case a little. That's horrible. He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. Is he gonna shave off his whole... You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's horrible. When did you get your memory back? Never lost it. Oh, around the times you guys were talking about there being no win. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact, and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. A big... Oh, and by the way, long time no see, UT. Wait, they know each other? Your Majesty. This filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell. Think you've really forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yudi? But I have, and no dogs of the Garan regime are going to lay their finger on me. Alley-oop. He's run? Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. Wait, are you secretly a rebel, Nayuta? The escaped prisoner escaped again. The police force has been laid on high alert. He'll be caught before long. Escaped prisoner who escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker. He really pulled a number on us. What was the point of all that anyway? Well, I can't... Your Majesty. Perhaps it was not a great waste as you might believe. That Zarabel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. That scrap of paper looks awful. These appear to be direct orders from Dirk. From Dirk, the rebel leader. Oh, but we only have a small corner of it. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before.
Take that!
And this is... I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Arabelle dropped. If we put those together, we should be able to read what the order says. And what does... just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I can't read it. I can't read Koreanese. The ignorant large has not bothered to learn our language. Very well, then. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamp lights as a landmark, he was able to parachute down into the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robe and make his escape. What? That is how he was to escape from prison. So if I were to assume that Mr. Arabelle was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because the abbot in me tried to thwart his escape plan. Oh, well, that's ludicrous. What? I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it's clear that Arabelle is not the High Priest's killer. How can you be so sure? It is as you say. If only you would use that putrid... everyone... could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. I'm speaking of Abbot in me, of course. That Arabelle simply donned the Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in Plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that Arabelle was a High Priest killer. So then you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I'm afraid it's so. He is not numbered... He numbered among the rebels who threatened our kingdom. How could this be? So you're telling me if Maya did kill a High Priest, then she's actually a good person, right? Let it go and move on. Accept the truth. It is the only way. And that goes double for you, defense. Cease your futile battle now. And why should I? Because I will not put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Arabelle from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains, the accused, Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? We can't end this trial without looking into the murder weapon. The murder weapon? What about the murder weapon? We haven't found it yet. Well, it doesn't matter if it has been found or not. The fact remains that the victim was killed by the accused. I also feel... Oh, it's not that? What about the third party? Okay. The arrow? I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't that terrible, then who was it?
Objection!
That matter has already been resolved. It has. It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
Objection!
There was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her. What the? I can't do my finger point.
サトライマオマンどもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそろか
Ah! It is time to let go and move on. Yeah, I know, right, Polly? What? Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. Also, how did he get his bead back? Once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. Victim was near disappearing with his back to the accused. What would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbad statue. Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is this Warbad statue draped in her sacred robes. Wait, hold on. The accused want the face Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Okay, but where did the dagger come from? Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with the dagger in a reverse grip. But why would the accused want to do something like that to, like, create a false Lady Kira to show to the victim he was being slain? It's not the victim she was trying to fool. She was trying to fool Lady Rafa. I would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to... Third party disguise. It was all cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. Scheme in which she thought to use the seance vision to mislead us. What is this? What is this mental gymnastics? I'm surprised you're taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? You're like a third party but a deluded fantasy. This is how it would all turn out all the way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Do you understand now? I have you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. You used to commit the most foul and despicable murder? Bruh. It's not too... I didn't... Your fate is sealed now that the fact has been exposed. Your Magistrate, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint the sacred hall.
Hold it!
An counter argument or something? We got nothing? Seriously? The only person with the one dressed as Lady Kira has vanished. I've got nothing to use. Damn it. Yeah, it's time to let go and move on. Then Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright. Oh shit. I know we didn't fail because we still had a lot more lives, but... Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... What is the meaning of this? A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What is this? A body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim. That's Lady Kira's Warbat dagger. Yeah. Now, the dagger was once lost and has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadamari. Oh, this dagger. There's the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. What? Why would... I don't believe it, yet it must be true. And firmly... Oh, no! The defense was right about one thing. He claimed that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey. What? I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunter, Lady Kira, was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night.
Objection!
How does that prove?
Objection!
How does that prove anything? It's difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there. Mainly to prepare for the purification rite. He invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. Oh no. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. If we'd assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest. The surgeon bent on helping Datsarabo escape after all. Precisely, that made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. Oh no. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So it seems the scope of this case has been expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Ms. Maya Fey masquerading as Lady Kira. Uh-oh. See, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. I charge you with the second murder, Mayor. Oh, a new murder charge. But she was arrested. But she was arrested during that time. How could it be how could it be like dropped it right then? Huh? Make that make sense. Thanks for the head pats. Okay, I need to drink some water. What do I do now? Buddy was killed before and just discovered? It's already been 2 days.
Paimon accidentally swallowed
Also,
some water.
okay, wait. Okay, so some things don't add up, right? After she killed after she was after Trust in Me was killed, right? Maya went down immediately to report the murder. There was no opportunity for her to kill at between then and now. Right now. This dagger. Where's the fingerprints of Maya Fey? I cannot believe that one though. Acolyte Zealot? That was my prime suspect. If we're talking about a murder. Oh god. The dead lawyer walking guilty of abetting a murderer. God, why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. Take joint. You have no mood to take. They will defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I had to take your duty as a loyal priestess. Ah, ha ha. Serves you right. Your benevolence. Oh well. Well, Barbed Head, I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I have an investigation due for tomorrow's trial. You have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove my innocence tomorrow. Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by a DC Act might do something desperate, like forge evidence? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know? Is she gonna take the bait? Barbed Head? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. What? I misunderstood the... That's the only... Huh? I'll be money. Okay, well, I mean, sure, whatever. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with the foreign devil. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. Okay. I think all of them are necessary, but you know, that's just me. Convenient. Convenient that, Convenient that, all the unnecessary... we don't know, like, we don't know what's necessary or unnecessary, right? Like you killed her, a place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers. Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? Someone different about prayer flags today. Was devoted to his training. First a high priest, now his devoted disciple. My Fey will pay for this. But we've already proven that the high priest was a rebel, so... It's the princess! You seem displeased that I'm here. No, I don't be so much. What happened to mine is not your fault. If I just done mine. What? Of course not. Okay, let's see the dead body. Bent over in prayer. No trace of blood on the ground though. The fact that there's no little, it could mean no single stab to a vital point. Considering the position. Okay. How about this? Flowers, what were they called? Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. Memory of the dead is universal practice. What's this? As a prayer pose with his head bent over, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. Okay, showing that there are no bloodstains though. His blood froze or absorbed by his specimen. Prayer flag. Nothing. What about the gate? I wouldn't unless I had to. And would give their lives to pass through that gate. Be thankful that the great honor you would have been afforded. Oh, give us some rail guards, man. There's also a special prayer. Dearest wishes are written for the but if you must know, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. Okay, let's talk to you. Let's talk to you, Emma. sure the victim Prey Zealot. He was High Priest disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after so during the High Priest murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been praying there since the day before the rite even started. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. That tattoo on the back of his neck, peach shape. I started leaving when the praying was finally done. The victim remained bent over in prayer. Check on him. They discovered he was dead, right? May 9th, the start of the rite and discovery of the High Priest's body. In other words, we believe... Uh-oh. During the purification rite, murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the High Priest. The prosecuting inmate came down after killing the High Priest and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. What? Instantly from the dagger that was left thrust in his upper back. The autopsy report. I want to know, the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science. I will only be queen. As such, I would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. You know, even prosecutor Sadmati hold forensics high regard. Does he? There's nothing much compared to the divination seance. It really does have an adorable. It does have an adorable bone in her body. I think she. Well, use a change in body temperature. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. It means that we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. Feel over 95 degrees means you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not! Are there any witnesses? You think somebody would have seen something. We haven't found a single witness. Everyone bent over. Oh. You think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. But as everyone was so absorbed in prayer, they didn't see or hear anything. The killer used the Warbad dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira, impaled in the victim's upper back. These fingerprints found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. Damn. There's no questioning the accused's guilt. Wait, what if it is a wife? She killed the apprentice and her husband? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What did police think about the matter? So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. Who has been battling the rebels? And since Mr. Zealot was a disciple of the High Priest who had turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel and therefore he made the same untimely demise as his teacher. Police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is a Lady Kira vigilante, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. Damn it. A message on prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. Okay. I keep investigating. For dereliction of duty. Nervous laughter. You're not Cassie you believe she now feels like a son to her. She was close to vocation. I wanted to hear what she has to say. Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel. I can't talk about what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, but now Pere. You don't really believe that Maya is a killer, do you? I don't know. But that's what was verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? Prayer was already reached in your husband case, but the truth of the matter is yet to be found. I believe that Maya is innocent. That's all I have right now. My faith in her. Defending her based solely on, even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused. That's right. Faith, aw. Is also a devout follower of Koreanism, and such she is not one to make light of another's fate. And you have lied about your faith in my, I could inspire all your disciples for the next 8 generations. But he's a rebel, though. Living up here as your husband's disciple. About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountain, he collapsed on the ground. That's when we brought him here. So 2 years, he was here 2 years ago too. He was born in a poor village, had nowhere to call home. He was like a member of family too. All right, thank you. Have a good dinner, Polly. And Maya's in it. Must have before the right. She has mistresses in me about it. And she has 2 men. I see the proofs that she didn't kill them. Biting malice behind it. What a jerk! What a jerk! Oh wait, I want to examine the. This has nothing to do with the area, but full cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Yeah, I mean, if you distribute your weight, you'll be fine. More evidence. There really is nothing of interest. Okay. New dialogue. My mother and my father. What do you think? Post an awe-inspiring area? I mean, if I see someone put their king and queen on, or queen and king consort, on the fucking thing, I would think they'd be part of a fucking dictatorship, like North Korea type shit, man. It's taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. Tell us more. Also, she's the one who traded Maya the watch with the watch? That's cute. Forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before is performed, we enjoyed dishes full of gingil, an herb known to strengthen body and mind. Those gingil-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear? Go 3 days without sleeping after eating some, but many foreigners don't care for it because of the strong smell. These eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. It's to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day. Wow! The evening before the murder, an Crosby, garlic, and mint. Puri went over to begin supplication. Last time I see it. Like she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. Okay. And pray before the rite. So close of the whole place had to just over. Playing a lot far more than anyone I have ever known. He was about a young man whose fate was twice as strong as others. Wait, what if he was Lady Kira and someone realized that he was a fake Lady Kira and then killed him? Yeah, it's time to just go. I think about the time you prepare for yourself for the inevitable. Let's go to the bazaar. No? What do we need to do? Talk to those related to the incident. Oh. This lady. Hello. Got palm. Let's see, from this barb-headed foreigner. Peasants paying for the princesses. Just say absolutely beautiful. Oh, what? Boom Punisher. Okay. Back to the yak. Okay, only in zoos occur our daily lives. Kindness and respect. Yak was really licking, nuzzling the daylights out of Reva. Aww. What the heck? That's what the warband sounds like? The warband has many natural enemies, therefore it mimics the lion's roar in order to scare them away. You didn't know either until you asked Dana. Okay. I wish to go talk to... Let's go to the temple. Let's go talk to... No. Okay, I guess not. There's... no one here. Is there... Okay, I don't think there's anything here. Move! Let's go to the Inner Sanctum. I think I've been to everywhere but the detention center. So let's go to the Inner Sanctum. There's really nothing though. Okay. I never meant to get caught up in this whole... Yeah, I got you. And you were convicted under that stupid law. If you do, I'm gonna pull off a win somehow. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out, upside down. I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Cleanse their taint for the neophyte practitioner. Holy Mother, forgive her. Resistance shall come to naught. Sorry. Man! Why do you always have to be like that? What? Nick is risking his life to defend me. Nick is just doing what Lars... He's defending his client, no matter what. Definition. Wait, but your insights were wrong. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Princess, what is your true duty? Do the victim souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? You phony baloney, please. That's not... I mean, we're about to be executed. You'll receive your just desserts. You spelled just desserts wrong. Here's upon you. I remember in the middle, right onward. And I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around just as Lady Kira. There's a out there. Warren called the Alkali Zealot. We met several times during the meeting about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He was seeming pretty quiet. And we once super stinky fish, but it was actually good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. And salty noodles at Eldune's noodles. Oh my god! I haven't heard of Eldune's noodles in forever. Then let it simmer for a real long time. Now I miss ramen too. Man, I would like some ramen. While we were eating, he seemed to be enjoying food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. Returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? The right started, it was just me and Abbott in me, but the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. It's supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. What if she came from the sky? You know, like the bushy bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Bloom Punisher TV show, right? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Bloom Punisher bases in Khura'in? I mean, really, it's much harder than looks. I should get going. Go grab dinner at El Dunes or your favorite burger joint. Large hamburger steak topping with a salty best of both worlds. I have a favor to ask. I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. When holding it for me. A folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called Tome of Secrets. It got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Nothing. What? That could have been very, very helpful earlier, you know? No answer. There's a Seal Samurai. He's a hero of actress hero back in my country. Oh my god, we're talking more about the Seal Samurai. They are similar, but they're different. Don't worry about it. Didn't Maya mention something about training with a Bloom Punisher fan? Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. I want to read it. Oh. Why are you trying to get us cursed? Like you're liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Would you mind if I ask you some questions? The Tome of Secrets. You insist. Nana. What of this folding was gate? Yes, I see. Tome pieces in the purification rite. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true... Is that? The person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? The name increases the voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. Much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. Oh. It will be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. When you see someone in a crowd you recognize but you don't know their name, it makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, but you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. Same for Khura'in's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. It's called spirit channeling. It is a secret after all. Secret art of spirit channeling, but I suppose those words are meaningless to you. Channel spirit simply by learning a technique. And that's where medium lets the spirit possess their body to return to our world, right? I guess a study. No one can bring even the most ancient of spirits. They come back from ancient times. A spirit memory is cut off at the moment of death, so even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't make sense any gap in time between the moment of his death and the moment it's channeled. Clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learn from. Queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That's why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture. Only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. Late, there have been endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Some of them lost their way in life and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Along there are those who have dubious nature who have driven from their own lands. Gasp and fame. Definitely feel bad though. Can you channel spirits? I'm but the royal priestess. There is still much I must learn. Now the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Oh, no! Not at all! The important roles fulfilled by the queen. That's what my taught her when I was little. From the queen, just like my mother. Divination seance is a vital part of the training to prepare me for that day. You know what this is reminding me of? The case in game number 3. Where, Maya's aunt or something killed her mom. And that's what, and wanted to put Pearl in as their, as the head instead. But Maya, and framed Maya for it. I feel like this is getting similar vibes. You're quite through now. Down here about spirit channeling. If the queen is spirit married, are you mother channeling Akira? No. Or well, engage in other duties at the palace. Of course. Okay, the Queen of Korean would personally battle the insurgents. That'd be cool though. And what? The escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town. Ah, the guy with the bushy beard. No reason to panic. The police are on his trail. If I know something, considering he was at the scene of crime, I want him arrested. Mr. Right. Oh, hey, Albie. That's horrible. Have you seen? Have you seen the escaped prisoner around here? That's why. I heard them saying an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. Taking over to the air again, could he? Sorry, but could be like, what would be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? Okay. I can't be responsible if something happened to you. Wow, that manhole cover sure is open. The shadow tracked Mr. Arabo if he had something with the rebel scent on it. Oh, I just realized that's not his name is not that's horrible. It's that's a rebel. Oh my god, I need to go scream. Give me a second. Okay, what I really had to do was piss. But... His name is... Oh, I didn't mean to do this. Where's the thing? Hold on, Sorry, there's something on my foot. Okay, there we go. I think he's picked up a scent. Go, Shadow, go! It could be dangerous, so please wait here. I won't commit. Yeah, I'm not gonna. You don't. That's not one of their fishes and Sergeant lurking down there. Are you worried about me? Why you would go such lengths in your investigation? After all, if you simply withdraw from the state, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove my innocence. Should have been found guilty. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. It's pitch black and I can't see a thing. Uh-oh. Ow. Did I get knocked out? That's a spider. Oh, you finally came too. That dragon symbol on his armband, that's the mark of the rebels. That's... Oh, Sorry, I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? But think, what is this place? This office is my brother's arm, Dirk's. Well, right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Just like you. I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. What? I'm tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. If I came by today to pick up my last of my stuff, I'm gonna tell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Khura'in. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. So yeah, I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. What do you want to know? High Priest trusted me and his acolyte parade zealot. Don't know if it'll be much help though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... Everything about High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. I told you I had nothing to do with his murder. I meant it. Where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. Must have been out cold the whole time. Is that right? Then why'd you say that? You do. About that, since I don't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Trouble. My bed. Oh my god, you are like Larry Butts, man. Finally, you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. Oh, welcome back, Keno. I don't know if you heard me, but I realized his name is not, it's not That's Horrible. It's That's a Rebel. As in, he's a rebel. And I just want to die. His Juggernaut of Law is mighty as dragon. He can strike trigger into prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called his dragon's criminals confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. He would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused, no matter how the odds were stacked. Oh, dragon. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not like Dirk, I might ask. Thanks. Ooh, meat. Guys as big as strong as me, it got even bigger. I was here. Oh, you were here during that part. After all that excitement. But first, let's start with the appetizer. Oh my. Okay, that one's good. I like that one. Mr. Link got sewer lizards too. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What about this book here? A law book. Dragon marks Brandon onto the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Leader of the rebels. That Dirk. That mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. Page 1 section. Dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Done proud to wore out the entire section. Okay, that's all the food. I saw a spider up here, but first, some kind of sign. Business back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? Yeah, he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has been seen better days, that's for sure. Sign up back. I wouldn't hold my breath. Oh. That's Dirk's coat. I like the color too. Want to try it on? That's being There's a ladder leading underground. A TV! You guys get electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. It only goes out for an entire day. What about... Why don't you see for yourself? Photo Dirk and his compatriots. One that's really old. Oh, wait, that's Apollo. That's Apollo. Dirk's son. There's a rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look so evil. And both his sons look kind of familiar. The one who's left is Yuti. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Satomati. Prosecutor Satomati is Dirk's son? Yeah, he is. Yuti was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Why get a lawyer is same sign your own death warrant? So Yuti decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he drove right into the enemy's den. Huh. In battling to change Kurain's legal system, we all thought Yuti was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garan one day, but you see, he's now used law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. Oh. What about the other child? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name is Apollo! He's a rascal, that one, and his voice would shake the... imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Apollo, I've been watching you grow, that's why I know you're ready. Yeah. So Nayuta Satomati and Apollo Justice are adopted siblings. Got it. That'll be good ammunition. Something wrong with flowers? The traditional thing here in Kurain, play no mind. I see. I gotta start packing. Wait, what are you rebels trying to do? Why are you here at the inner sanctum in the first place? Hold on, I wanna examine this. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's all you gotta say about that. Okay. Oh, lizards. Lizard. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. No, thank you. Fine treat, my man. Ew. What I was trying to do there. I'm trying to escape from prison, that's all. That high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. Should try hightailing it out of Kurain like I'm doing. Holy shit, 4! Surprised it's not 5.
Take that!
I'm going to ask you again, why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That High Priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. Don't you even care what happened to him? I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should open his eyes. We never stood a chance against a grand regime. Didn't the High Priest deaths really hurt you on the inside? I couldn't care less about the whole thing. This wouldn't be here in the room. The flower.
Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Kurain. The Pride Priest doesn't hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just the Kurainese way to us saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? I told you, I mean, you heard from Dirk for the rest of him for a few days. Tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. With the other rebels.
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. You're still involved with Dirk. Are you really... I requested Bow's taking advantage of them, that's all. Face blasts are all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub for any place to hide. Guess the kingdom... Here, those flames burned out a long time ago. It's gotta be this.
Take that!
Dirk's logbook? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It's Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that would have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. Heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me, and this is what I believe in.
Take that!
When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? I'm already doing it. No, I wouldn't. No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it, you've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? Just like Dirk's. Looks like you got the will of the dragon inside of you too. Hell yeah! I knew the rebels were good. I had planned to take you out if you had turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. It's like you said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned, after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. But what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from the helper. A secret hideout? Yep. I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with the cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you. But with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. Can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key. Plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we wouldn't have just any ordinary key. I know where it is. You're a fellow brother in arms, fighting that powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. My friend might have suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You don't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me. But whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Framing? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. And that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lip spittle working for the current regime. Wow. Even without Dirk and his insurgents gun buddies, days are numbered. A little trick up my sleeve, so he's talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So if you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels. Exactly. The Grand Regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence, and without that, we can't prove anything. Damn it! If I bring this up, they'll probably dismiss it out of hand. Well, to get rid of that evil, no good Defense Culpability Act. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. After 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law. The assassination of Queen Amara, that's where it all began. Oh no. It was rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official note line, but those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. Look, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. That's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. They're holding seances in court even before the DC. You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. See what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. Shall end with you under the headman's axe. From Rayful, Kings of the Shadow of his former self, has become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep, all we want to live is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. I see. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the Fangs of the Divine Dragons. That's it. That's a rebel! You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See ya when I see ya. I guess we're friends now, but enough about that. I spent way too much time here. Ah, the light's so bright. And, what happened to him? He got in my manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Did you find? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. Yeah. It's probably something to do with the High Priest. It's time to leave! And the first place I want to go is the Inner Sanctum. You're certain? I thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. I know that one, actually. Statue of a bird. Let's look at the bird statue. This eye is missing. But that shape, I wonder.
Take that!
I knew it. What? What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barthead. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. In the innocent, then somebody will pay for this. I think I'll have a look around. Oh. With you watching over me, you should be fine, right? And you see, I'm gleaned from your. Okay. Contained of Lady Kira's battles. I will allow no me watching like a war bed from the entrance here. Let's go into the hideout. I believe this to be a secret place that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels might have converted it to a secret hideout. But what about that warbad revolving door? That too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. Those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It's desecration upon Koreanism itself. The divine dragons shall pay for this. Taking some pictures. Not to search every nook and cranny. Do not use hands to touch and break things. I heard you the first time, sheesh. It's a Plume Punisher clock. It's a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. 50 lucky viewer theme song every hour. She snatched it away. And then switch if I'm right. Yes, now I see. Is it the insurgents who use this one must be Plume Punisher? And it's a Plume Punisher calendar. Villains in the based on what about these handprints? They dress like small moss that covers the zone. Some halfway up and just serve. Weapons. Or order from Dirk. The order intended for that rebel named Dats is reads, after the right, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Lady Kira is still here, and Abbott and me is no longer able to aid the rebels. Thank God we're not informing the queen, because this queen has to be the. This queen is the main bad. Channel heading outside. Not red like the water. They're in the spring. More weapons. More weapons. Defiant dragons. I thought you're not supposed to come in here. Something under the manor. A microphone. A microphone. Rotates when you pull this chain. That trapped me in here. Not to worry, I would come visit you once a year. And blood. A bloodstain? Luminol! Finally, we get to use it. See the luminol glow, press A, whatever I want. What about the... No? What? What am I missing? Where am I supposed to spray? Ah! Well, huh? I hide them from under the water bats, but it's impossible to say much else. Boy, I'll just take a picture for now. Don't show up photos, I'll have to take some notes. That should do it. The bloodstone looks like it's smeared away in one place. A warbad revolving door passed over it. I got an achievement. Hey! I didn't, I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Oh. Poor Emma. Well, I guess we'll get out of your hair. I guess we're not supposed to be here. What about the temple? Ah, there we go. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. Why did you not commit any misdeeds during your investigation? Cause lawyers applied their trade permit and listed names and mess. Who told you that? My mother? Are you saying she was wrong? Yes! Prosecutor Sadmati has many of you. Definitions of okay. Your time will be the charm. Okay. Teach that. Neophyte. Okay. I'm ready. And without any solid evidence. What do you mean? We have. Why don't we go everything you know so far? Jesus. But during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it. And freak without a pedal. The day before his murder, Zella enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. Also learned about spirit channeling here in Khura'in. I knew it! The wife is the killer! What? Why is the wife the killer, man? Okay, here's why. Here's why I'm saying, right? The wife is an avid fan of the Plume Protector, right? And this orb right here. Why in English you can drink a drink but not food a food? For the same reason we bake cookies and cook bacon. That sounds very helpful, but I did hear something interesting. The rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Ministry. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow people to be controlled by fear and violence. That sounds something a rebel might say. It does? But if Lady Kira really is one of Mr. Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. I have no idea. I almost brought a secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know. So here's what I think, right? The wife found out her husband and adopted son are rebels, so she killed them both because she's a fanatic. There's It may be still too early. Maybe something appears during tomorrow's trial. The divination seance. I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. And so it's just another piece of evidence. Never heard anyone say that before? It's hard to figure out sometimes, sir. Oh, good luck tomorrow. No, thanks, kiddo. That's crazy. All right, on to the next chapter. There's probably two parts for this court. So we're almost done. Thanks for the hydrate and the headband and the posture. All right. I never probably asked you to defend me, did I? Doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. Aw. Let's wrap this out. It's written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Alright. Court has begun. A number 2. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial so we may put this lad walking out of his misery. He was found guilty of murder, and the high priest from disciple Tori Zealot. Also, shouldn't y'all be happy though? Because right? Because he's a rebel. The realm of the eternal agony. There is entered of Jagar by the Galun of Pulmoten. My blood run cold and mere thought of such a terrible place exists. As for a translation from second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now please continue, minus a part about the terrible hell still awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Tori Zealot, training on the high priest. How tragic that he meant such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification of his bold crime carried about bold prayer. The 7 caused spinal cord injuries that killed him instantly. Wait, I wonder, do we have any picture of the house after the family photo? We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Damning evidence in itself.
Objection!
Is a serial killer. The prosecution believes that death penalty is the only possible sentence. The accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's finger on a weapon known is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. Let's conduct the seance. What? It is about divination. Oh! You're benevolent. Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmari. Did Nayuta find something? Did Nayuta find something? Oh. Hell yeah. I'm gonna skip the seance, man. We watched it twice already. There's no reason to watch it the same thing a third time.
O Holy Mother, let the eyes, O dance of, so that we may receive.
I was unable to invoke any sort of response many times, but to no avail. It's, after all, it's customary for a prosecutor to verify beforehand. She said that yesterday too. And that's why I sought, for me here. She insisted that it be done. She wanted to try one more time. Spirit will not answer, but I know not why, because it's not his real name. Oh, taking that to account, fully proving the accused's guilt with or without a divination seance. So shouldn't she try to find out why the divination seance failed? That's right, like accused crimes is a holy hammer of wrath that is ever posted upon Yuna's grave. Plus, yesterday somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through a careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, my FA, is innocent. It is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. It can pose no counter arguments without. I see no trial without the seance, as prosecutor Sanmari suggested. This will not be the last you see of me. I mean, this is. Then you better find the truth. Because we're supposed to, we're gonna die. So, sorry, Mr. Wright. Oh. There is no one saying by getting the soul's well, fuck off, Nayuta, bruh. And you calling us a tainted soul? Shut the fuck up! Cat. The latest victim was Purai Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past few years. The widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for due to connection to the High Priest. Okay, is that it? How do we know that his name was actually, just a hunch? How do you know? Overview of the second murder.
Hold it!
Are you sure? The High Priest started disciple. More? Oh, that's it? Living out for the past 2 years. From neighbors will corroborate our initial findings. The High Priest and I see. Please check out. Okay, that's it? Has identified the victim's body. The only way you identified the victim. The ID card he carried data in his family registry, but it didn't match. Didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. He had a face and true name to summon their spirit. If he's a forged ID and there's no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Khura'in. Illegal immigrant. Divination seance. Lizelle was Khura'inese. Well, how his deception Twilight Realm should be added to the testimony. Add it. He wasn't. So we don't know his real name.
Objection!
But the police missed something important in their investigation. The victim was undeniably a Khura'inese native, and this crime scene photo proves it. It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Khura'inese. The peach tattoo?
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. The victim really like peaches? No. No, not... They have this, you know, but they thought they're perfectly right French. They're a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Unfortunately, this is not a tattoo of a peach. Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. This mark is only borne by members of the Khura'inese clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be. But they're not utterly different shapes. Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly what the same mark that all Khura'inese clergy bear. Everyone did get one. On my right buttocks. The judge has a tattoo on his right buttocks. Who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. That will not be information on clergy. I have it all right here. Well, good. There's real Nemu. His real name is Real Nem. These names! His real name is Real Name. He became a monk 20 years ago. That must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Because he was a rebel. Now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. I mean, if we're doomed either way, you know? So we gotta explore all avenues. I should gladly seek your demise. Okay, bring it on, princess. Are you gonna go through the whole spiel again? Please don't.
Oh, holy
No!
Oh, dance so that we may...
Please! Once was already enough for a trial. Gingil. Heavy. Pain. Wait, that's not where he died. Wasn't we have the victim's final moments. That wasn't the ground. I got it. I got something. The plume that the sea is heard. Mga plume belt. Then what about the other witnesses? Would they not have heard it? Make it make sense, Nayuta. Have any other so the other witnesses have not heard it? The other witnesses should have heard it too. Then. God.
Objection!
Shows that at least me. Oh, I have issues with it. After it's been interpreted correctly. Insight, then let us see you prove it. Got it. The night of the right. Those dark, the pattern on the plaza ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the filled the air. It held the defenseless stick down, plunged a knife. Blade struck two, and he departed from this world. Wait, why does he? Okay, why does he smell Gingil? Knight of the Right. Wait, I'm trying to see the family photo. Day before the right. Plume Punisher was in the air. Keys held down and punched her knife into the neck. I have an issue with the Plume Punisher theme. If that was played, how come no one else heard it? If there were no witnesses, I mean, if there were witnesses, they would have, like, there were multiple people around. Sorry, hold on. I'm getting a call. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, the Gingil. They said something about the Gingil smell.
Objection!
Was it really the Knight of the Right? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The Key slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during their purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. Take a good look what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Gingil? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Gingil at all on the Night of the Right. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. Are there right rules? Not this one. Not that one. Whereas cousin part these during the feast, which must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. Feast of Blessings.
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessing. The feast includes a number of Gingyll-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. During the feast, a unique smell of Gingyll pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
That's enough!
Not so evil. Did that autopsy report not make it clear the estimated time of death was during the rite? Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. Like if a body was kept cold, the slow rate of decay makes death seem more recent. The estimated time of death will have to be revised. You blinded me with science. Sorry. No matter. The murder may have occurred before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. And my insight would count for the truth. Victorine was operating up his prayers. Afternoon, the dark, the pattern on the plaza grounds was visible. Though it was dark. What do you mean that though it was dark? Gingyll. Punisher theme. If it's the afternoon, it should be visible, no?
Objection!
The change in date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. You're making that irritating face. He sees that at once. This face I was born with. Now let's focus on what the victim saw in his final moments. That's the Velfry bar ahead. There's nothing to see. The Grand Plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been possible to see that pattern on the ground. Hold on. Was it this one? This. Thick white ice.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite. The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. Was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? What? Nani? Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? I do. Green and Shaggy, right? But where could it be? This is the victim where the victim was killed. The rebel hideout. The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There's no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. It's not on the floor.
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
does agree with the seance vision. However, one can definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. I've already shown you the evidence. You take a look at the second version of the photo I showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed during the rebel hideout. This is proof that positive someone had been bleeding in front of that slow slab. This information has already been provided to the police. That was a high priest blood that flowed from the outside, so we haven't tested yet. Wow, this is gonna take a while. Like they're gonna run up the stairs into the plaza thing, and then test it, and then wait, and then go down. The blood from the rebel hideout belongs to Parade Zealot, just like the defense claims. Oh, dear, blunders. When the top, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. No. There, I will do sermons for 8 hours straight. No. This is a chance we've been waiting for. Yeah. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. That would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death made to... later than it actually was. Do I present the thing again? This again? Oh! Oh, wait, I think I know. This is the snow here.
Take that!
Why, these are photos of Inner Sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. You see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. I was mistaken. And the place too? Just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. One of our fingerprints on the dagger and the Plume Punisher theme the victim heard. Yeah, I could use the theme song. A Rebel Hideout photo. The Plume Punisher theme. Since the murder happened in the Rebel Hideout, there's something there that plays the theme song other than my client's strap.
Take that!
This is a Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. Proof the alarm went off.
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Either way, the accused would still be guilty of finger murder weapon. Here's what really happened. Offering up his prayers on it was after the day before the rite. Yeah, one more inconsistency. We have to.
Objection!
He wasn't. He was trying to push it down. I thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually stabbed standing with his hands against a stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Then tells me what was that heavy felt by the victim. Why were they? He was trying to push it down. The only conceivable cause is the stone staff falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? I'm crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
Oh, you're there. You overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. They would have been both been crushed together. Okay, the killer couldn't have what if murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Another face. It was the same thought, so shaped like a dagger, like the statue. In the scene of the crime? Yeah. This shows what the scene really. I'm gonna use the interception photo again. That should work, right?
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden therein? This is what really took Zealot's life.
Take that!
But that is the Warbat statue? Exactly, the Warbat statue has a dagger-like feathers protruding from it. And that is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecile fool, the statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose to impale someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbat statue also functions as a hideout door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but his weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbat statue was right behind him.
That's enough!
But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had it held. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. There is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbat statue was what killed the victim. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Your benevolence is not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. You understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. That means I have been misinterpreting the voices of spirits all this time. Proceedings without me. Oh, poor kiddo. We learn with how the victim really died. Before the High Priest murder, Von was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbat dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. Why a real I believe, because dabbing Zealot with the dagger and moving to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. this for serial murder case.
Satura ima o mandomo samashi de tashi no ketarigase yo soroka!
The reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Whole riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid whole little plane had putrefied. What is it? Yet to overturn the accused's killer. Careful, a chain of was to follow. Kira, the accused, found the rebel hideout the day before the riot. The acolyte Zella had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the door, and we know the rest. And then Hyper, at the next thing, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him, into order to silence him.
Objection!
Why would my client move the acolyte zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. It was like a warning to the rebels. Something belonging to Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. Grown in stress. That means you're a dead lawyer walking. Are not all lawyers who practice in Kurain. Allow me to amend my statement. I said had a putrid cheese-like smell. Right now, it's own putrid body on the verge of death. What a jerk! What could have day before the inner sanctum? Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the riot had access to the sanctum. Suspected being a rebel is... When it passed you to no means... I believe there's another suspect in Perez murder. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person. Acolyte Zealot's murder is... I want to say believe. But I think the game wants me to say trust.
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum, and who knew of the hideout? And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the riot. Who would pin a crime upon the dead? You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? That is definitely a problem. Only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. If there is... Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? Known as channeling. By means of spirit channeling. I'm frankly astonished you even know of such a thing, but spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I thought you wanted to crying. It's not like it's against the law or violate some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. What do you come? McCrane. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. Rafa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have the greater spiritual power than she, aside from the queen? That would be me. Oh, this accused is capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling. Yes, yes, she can.
That's enough!
Is she jealous? An outrage. First, you make a mockery of divination seance, now spirit channeling. Barbed head. Spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. You prove their use of spirit channeling. I will judge whether the claim is true. Whether the lies, it shall be executed on the spot. That's what accidentally calls forth an evil spirit. Could only experienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit, but do not fear. I have Magatama of party. With it, I can send spirit back to the Twilight Realm by haunting the flow of spiritual power. Don't let it go. Sure, from their challenge, we must prove them guilty and deliver the last rites. Yay. Yay! Let's do the spirit channeling. Imagine, I didn't get told when Maya gets kidnapped, but imagine Maya gets kidnapped right here. Sorry, Maya, but this is the only way. Are you sure? Thanks for leaving you in there. Even though I don't know if my channel ability's on point yet. No! Oh, I hope she can do it, man. You don't sound so confident. What about your training? Actually doing is another. Every moment you never forget. Oh no. Oh, I have an in me story. I'm sure the truth will come to. Do it, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt he'll be cut and dried and all that. Like, yeah, what if Trust in Me gives us false testimony, man? That's my biggest worry. This is such a gamble. Official approval of the accused's channel is spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Do you smell that, chat? It's the smell of dictatorship brainwash. Studying here in Khura'in for 2 years now, so that one day I would be a master of Khura'in, of very religious spirit meetings back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Practice that you cannot possibly channel a spirit. Okay, you're benevolent. How's about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Oh, shit! No cutscene. A spirit of trust in me, slumbering in the Twilight Realm. Return now to the world of the living. What is this place? Oh my! Pokunka! It's a high priest! Haha! I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. Don't run away! Don't run away! You wanted to be here! Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this? Luxurious mane of hair. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbot Imi? My, but if it is in his majesty, have you too shuffled off to that mortal coil? Off that mortal coil. Please do not count me among the dead. It is you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments, I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. To the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me. I don't know if you should do it. It is better. Could we get to this testimony now? Why? You are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as late And it is not the Hall of Justice. Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest, but you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. What is with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest a monk can infuse such body control with the proper training. Your disciple Pare Zealot has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And this crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed. Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot Inmi. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace. It's not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Coriolism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us, but for a brief time. Defense, shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Okay. Abbot Inmi, the prosecution believes that the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Being that I was dead just until a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
That High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back. It is all. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. Damn it! What the? He's lying. But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. I caught for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining my guests at home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. Yeah, guess. Absolutely. Spirit cut off at the moment of death, so even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of his death and the moment it is channeled. Exactly what, and yet, it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. What would be the best angle of attack? Pressing? Who are your guests? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. I'm sure that was maybe you must remember. Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Okay. Gingil cuisine with dear friends. That way everyone's breath becomes malodorous. Wait! That's important!
Hold it!
Who were your guests? No, it was none other than his majesty along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal. Abbot Inmi at Lady Inmi's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. There are 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period in which Acolyte Zealot was slain. The game Kachu Damal. See. 2 to 3 p.m. I wish we could find Im-san. Her name is Im-san. This is not important. Believes dishes with the during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite, must be finished by 3 p.m. on that day.
Hold it!
Hold on. His master was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. I could not possibly have committed this crime. How can you be sure? What if the clock was off, or you misread the time? Clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Now the so
Hold it!
I'm trying to think. I got nothing. Wait, have I pressed everything? Have I...
Hold it!
I don't think I pressed the first one. Are you mocking you? The grain which you ridicule. You guys are a bunch of country bumpkins. Shut up, shut up. Hope for a chance to do so one day. Why? Even I have, I could have killed Acolyte Zealot. No, I have an issue. How did he know about when he was killed? There is... After Abbott in Me was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive. I think I just saw something. How did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that, Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. All who must strive to banish worldly desire from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy... Oh my... Can't fool me. Prayer may banish your worldly desires, but it can't make the contradiction disappear. As long as you think a little about Quran, it's prayer.
Satorai Maomandomo Samashi de Tashi no Ketarigase Soroka!
Evan and me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. There was a listening device installed at the hideout. I enabled to be an instant learner of anything unusual, even when I was not there. I taught secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural to install such an apparatus. A microphone. That was a listening recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard such a recording after His Majesty his family left. If you look at the desk in my study, you will find a tape-pick question. Go bring it. It's so annoying. Okay, once we have the tape, it means to continue his testimony. More testimony. His family occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and woman quarreling. Acolyte Zella and Acolyte Faye. After those loud noise, followed by haunting silence. High Priest was still occurring. This carrying question lets you invoke the ire of our people. He was a rebel! You hate rebels! I heard everything.
Hold it!
During the crime, was being home cooking. Her wife was there that day. She was in the kitchen cooking against Storm the entire time. She was in the kitchen without pause the entire day. Have him added.
Hold it!
The minion, Patin Supes and Melton Casual curries, dishes. Patin Supes and spring texture. I'm not gonna read it. Lady Amy cooking that day was unforgettable. You know, you enjoyed her meal. When Majesty and his family had left, man and woman quarreling. Each night I was check by audio alone. I sharpen my hearing, but it's simple man ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Wait, does he know how? Have we told him how?
Hold it!
How she was killed? How he was killed, I mean? I'm afraid not. Make him all. I guess that wasn't important. Loud noise. Loud noise. Must have been so. Wait, what? Have you added? Oh shit! I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to skip that. Fellow same, loud noise, haunted silent, terrible crash. You must have felt so happy. The sound of death knell, such a tragedy for who was fine. Good. 知れ今ために読ま。 Yes, I still want a question. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after his magistrate left? I thought it would be wise to assess the situation, but as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. The victim's body. It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. We saw the rebel hideout. It looked like it does in this photo. That's how it appeared that day, so Sloan put it back in place. And how do you suppose she, Maya herself, Maya herself raised the thing? Oh, that's... It sort of slipped out, same. I'm trying to figure... I think I'm starting to get it.
Objection!
Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy. What are you talking about? Why do you think he felt something heavy? He said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. So if so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbat statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence divination seance earlier. My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. And that is information only the real killer could have known. I got shaking in his boots, or I should say sandals. Yeah, but he was with his majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. However, he knew that Zealot was killed, something only the killer could know. His wife! I was just getting, He heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation.
Take that!
Your wife. While you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmi at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inmi might have killed Acolyte Zealot.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmi could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmi killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid of the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. What, you know with his face, he claimed my wife is that rebel hunting Lady Kira? And that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. He looks like the demon guy from the previous game. It is as Abbott Inmi stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It's far too late to overturn it. No, I refuse to apologize. To True Lady of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial puzzle. Admit it, Abbott in me, your wife Lady in me killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd it appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife cannot possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we are blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Where is your child? That abominable Lady Kira who slew me and acted like zealot was the accused. Doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak woman like her possibly?
Saturai Maomandomo Samashi de Tashi no Ketarigase Soroka!
Foolish elf lawyer, if only you were blessed as a lady in me. What? It possesses strength, or should I say the power? The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. You have figured it out as well, Abbott in me. May I ask you to explain to this putrid-brained lawyer? Foreign devil. Oh my, you're allowed to testify that murder is Lady Kira. Oh, he's saying that Maya channeled Lady Kira. Indeed, I'm a living or jolly dead proof of her terrible power. But the thing is, we don't know her face.
Hold it!
Wait, hold on. No. We need her face. It had been channeled. Hold on. I have...
Objection!
The Tome of Secret is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. This is your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira. Yes, indeed, for it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Abbott in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira at all. What nonsense. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira?
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and face to channel a spirit. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the question, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. You have that look again. I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. So no, it can't be believed now.
Take that!
It has to be Pare himself. Rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is Pare Zealot. What is this? The High Priest murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty, I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection!
But a process of elimination not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have the evidence to back up your claim. Yep. Sure. When you mint and in me or any of the possibilities.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadamati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. Are you saying that Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial is proceeded on the assumption that Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer, and what was their motive? What if Miss In Me is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion on my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust of your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints was on it wasn't what killed Miss Acolyte Zealot. And the Plume Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady In Me a rebel, and did she pose a Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel and was accused Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? You mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yeah? So that's it. What's so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What? Theme song came from the Plume Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm clock kept going off? Wait, no, the alarm. We leave the alarm switched off at all times. What? Then why was it on? In that case, I'm sad to say that the defense claim does not hold water. Was the accused trapped just as accused of rebel hunting Lady Kira, the victim's killer? I too heard it by the way of the listening device. Why didn't you testify to the fact before? Obvious, I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. One easily disproven. You'll see the alarm clock is in fact switched off. Fine, if I'm right. I need to off from what those distinct taiko drums in the intro. Wait, taiko drums. Don 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 don. Wait, that's it. I have an issue. Objection.
Objection!
Now, hold on just one moment. Your Majesty, the High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. Reminds you of tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Taiko drum intro.
Take that!
This is what inconsistent with his statement. My client's Plume Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? Play the music, shall we? It plays the Plume Punisher theme song, and here it is. The Plume Punisher Wrath of Neo Twilight Realm. Where are the taiko drums? Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in its final moments might not have been the Plume Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plume Punisher theme? Heard. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plume Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Mr. Wright, what is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action heroes show from America. The Plume Punisher theme is a total rip. It's very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. No. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right, Miss Faye met an avid Plume Punisher fan here in Kurain. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher trap. Huh? And this avid Plume Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, believe in me.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? I do! For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness' wrath. Oh, I'm prepared. To turn this entire case upside down, that is. Very well then, please present your evidence if you would, defense.
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmi and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection!
Family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here, on her wrist.
Take that!
Look at Mrs. Inmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Ah! Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott Inmi. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. But by that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Mrs. Inmi had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmi was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. And my wife never had such a watch. It's the truth I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. Oh shit.
Saturai Maomandomo Samashi de Tashi no Ketarigase Soroka!
Be not deceived by the defenseless lawyerly chicanery. What? There is a big gaping hole in this flimsy claim. What? I'm afraid there is, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain isn't either putrid or... I'm not a zombie after all. That's that lawyer walking. You narrow vision, focus on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. Or if it is, as you said, then Lady Inmi the rebel slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. The High Priest could not have been slain by rebel hunting Lady Kira. So tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? This year side hold that riddle your putrid brain. What if he killed himself? So I'm thinking, right, he turned, Oh shit, we're doing this! If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get bottom of it by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Oh right, Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. The spring was stained by Zealot's blood. That's right, Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideout hidden. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. By going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. How was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's starting to all fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was... So, it was a murder-suicide. Well, I mean, technically a murder-suicide. High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? The High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd.
Objection.
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. His putrid gaping holes are as large as a hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. Or, your evidence is too weak. You cannot, was impaled in, Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the previous day. Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite, but what if the dagger was also already in him at the time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Of course, that's it. There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means, what does it mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection.
But no other weapon was ever found in the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon. It's the statue again.
Take that!
What really killed him would have been at the inner sanctum all this time, and its lethality had already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbad statue. You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott, in me? No, he lies. Why, it's... Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone long enough? Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbott in me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducted his daily prayers, and the time Claret was slain. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Have it in me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending to the high priest, though there is no need to fear. Now let us continue. What about Maya? Mrs. Inmi, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare for Datz's escape. That's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared? Yes. Claret was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel. I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. So the true identity of the rebel-hunting Lady Kira was Claret Zealot? Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. Secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the crown is still murder. Hey, even without the DC Act, Dirk and his scum buddies' days are numbered. Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I watch what Divine Addict like the one of them dragon dupes. My father would never. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Karina's clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be. Haha, is this true? The Justice Minister? The Justice is sanctioned state-sponsored murder. Yes! Yes! Let it all flow out! Claret suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab towards him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Abbott Inmi, are you sure you're alright now? I am sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I'm already dead. Please, we need also that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, or surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before, and right before the rite I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbat statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sadmari, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you all of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Khura'in, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbat statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. But, are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason! There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty, I ask that you please look after my wife. Oh, your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Oh. Darling. Oh. Ah, he put on, at least he put his clothes back on. Now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Aw. Always and forever. Wait, but, okay. And with every breath I take, my darling, aw, I'll be thinking of you. Aw. Okay, but I have an issue, right? Farewell, my darling trust. Oh. The High Priest has returned to Twilight Realm. Maya. I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh! What about the trial, Nick? It's over. There's a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright. I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and Phoenix Wright. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, he even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence? Huh? What? I was, just wondering, are you alright? What? How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling on my insights underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teaching, you soulless infidel. Yike. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I'm left now with that heavy truth in my heart. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of Mitama. That's not true. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? How dare you! Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare now I look like you employ the Queen's secret art. Well, what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. This is not a cruel joke. The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be hard on yourself. Why not? It's worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk. Aw. Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess. The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean that all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's all right, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. Aw. Maya's right, your benevolence. Barbed? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. When have you become so mature, Maya? I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. Oh. What was that? It came from the hallway. Smoke, forget. Oh my god. Mrs. Inmi, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left me. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. But that is the death of my love for my dearly departed husband. What do you mean? Lady Inmate, we gotta hurry! Wait, is that a rebel? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW! I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk! Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk? Don't let them get away. What the fuck is going on? It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey Nick, hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. The Steel Set Rebel Dirk. Wait, hold up, but Dirk is good guy. And if we threw in the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. She became... What a chapter. Or episode, I guess. What even is the next episode? This is back at mainland? And then the last chapter is gonna be back in Khura'in. Okay. So the murder weapon was the same statue. Was a statue twice. I see. And the guy killed himself? And framed it on Maya. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anyway, that's it for today. I'm hoping that we can get through chapter 4 in similar fashion. But for now, that's all for today. I hope everyone has a great day, afternoon, or evening wherever you are, and as always, please